Welcome back to episode 111 of Solo Leveling. The episode begins with a man panicking as a dark humanoid figure stands in front of him. The man asks the creature about its identity, and the thing replies by saying he's not the one either. They're hiding cleverly, aren't they? The brilliant fragments of light. Silid, the king of snowfolk and the monarch of frost, he notices something behind him. As he turns back, he sees another humanoid demon. The creature's name is Yogimut, the king of demonic specters and the monarch of transfiguration. He tells Silid that he was there to inform him about the East Island. Silid asks him if he is talking about the small island, saying it's the place of the Shadow Monarch, and asks if he has decided to take care of that place. Yogimut tells him that the rulers have decided to release their legions south of that place, adding, "I'll take that place." Silid asks, "How are you planning on dealing with the Shadow Monarch, who is also in that place?" Yogimut tells him, "It'll be all right if the planner fulfills the contract." With a smirk on his face, he tells Silid that the greatest fragment of brilliant light has been confirmed in that place as well. Hearing that, Silid gets excited, saying, "You intentionally came here to tell me that?" Yogimut asks what he is planning on doing with that information. Silid tells him, "If you are willing to follow me, then why not?" Silid, during the conversation, notices something. He tells Yogimut, "It looks like we were being lured here." We see another person walking up to them. Silid comments, "The person earlier can't possibly wield the power of brilliant fragments of light, so I was wondering why a trace of the power was there. This person plans to get in our way." With rage in his eyes, the man asks them about the small island to the east, asking if they are referring to Korea. Silid asks him, "What are you going to do about it?" And Yogimut, from behind, tells them, "We do not have time to deal with him." As they start to leave, Silid tells the man, "Try and stop us if you can." The man starts to charge toward them, saying, "I won't let you escape." As he strikes, Silid effortlessly blocks the attack with his ice shield, and with a grin on his face, prepares to counterattack. As he lets out his power, a huge explosion covers the area. The scene shifts back to the Red Gate, where Jinwoo is fighting the boss of the area in order to clear the dungeon and escape. He managed to find the boss, and the creature asked him if he was the one who had been killing his people. It tells Jinwoo that it was impressed that he managed to reach this far with such a small body, but this is where it all ends. He orders his people to come out, as he had already stationed them to ambush Jinwoo in this place. But nothing happens. The creature wonders what is going on and why his minions are not responding to the signal. We see Jinwoo standing there. He tells the creature, "Call me small now." That's funny. He gives the signal, and the place starts to fill up with shadow soldiers as they come out of the forest with the heads of defeated minions. As the soldiers emerge, Jinwoo taunts the creature, saying, "Seems like no one is left." The creature wonders what is going on, and all of a sudden, he gets hit on the face by something. As he checks, it is another one of the dead minions. He looks towards Jinwoo, who is standing alongside his army. Seeing this, the creature starts to panic and orders his henchmen to destroy them. Jinwoo also orders his soldiers to take care of all the enemies, and both sides start to charge toward each other. The fight starts. The shadow soldiers were far superior compared to the advancing enemy, and they started to take out all of them without any issue. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was making his way towards the boss as tank cleared the path for him. Seeing this, the boss gets furious and charges toward Jinwoo. But before he could do anything, Beru, along with Igris, starts to cut it down. Beru cuts off one of its arms, while Igris chops off its leg, and the creature falls to the ground. As it looks up, it sees Tusk towering over him, using his ability, inverse gravity, to pin the beast to the ground. With the boss pressed against the ground, Jinwoo slowly advances toward it. As he gets to the creature's face, he tells the thing, "Now you will answer my questions. It will be less painful for you if you do." After he interrogates the beast, he stands in front of its lifeless body, thinking, it must be the system interfering again. As he was not able to gather any important information from the boss, he opens his inventory, saying, "I'll find out sooner or later anyway, so it should be fine." He brings out a key from his inventory that he received from the cursed random box, thinking, "I reached level 100 at the Jeju Island raid and met the minimum requirements to unlock the dungeon. He looked at the key and was able to see its description. It was the key to the Cartion temple, and a timer was displayed, showing how much time remained before he could enter the dungeon. Once the time ran out, the key would expire. While reading the description, he starts to get flashbacks of the dungeon from the last time he was there, thinking the system was calling him back to the place where it all started. But things were different this time, as he had grown much stronger compared to the last time he was there. He wonders if it was all planned from the beginning, and if it's waiting to return. If that's the case, then wait for me. We see an entity sitting inside the dungeon as it smirks, hearing Jinwoo say, "I'll be coming soon." Fast forward, we see Jinho sitting in the office as he was taking care of some business. He says, "These haters, sending complaints after getting sued and crying like kids. That won't work." After some time, he was done with the work and thinks he managed to single out all of the groups that are slandering Jinwoo. As he was resting, he sees Jinwoo standing behind him, who tells him, "You sure are working hard." Jinho thinks. He comes and goes without even making a sound. Jinwoo asks him if there was any trouble. He tells him everything was going smoothly and asks him why Jinwoo was dressed like that. Jinwoo hands him a bag full of magical cores, saying, "You said we needed money for the guild." Looking at that, Jinho tells him they don't need to worry about salaries for the employees. Jinwoo asks what he was talking about, and Jinho reminds him they need another member for the guild. To hire someone, they need to pay them salaries. Jinwoo tells him, "Even if we need a member to just fill in the empty space in the guild, we want someone who is sincere, who can stay and work with us." Jinho, with a serious look, tells Jinwoo there was one more urgent thing they need to take care of first. They need a name for their guild. Hearing that, Jinwoo tells him, "I thought it was something really serious." Jinho tells him, "This is a very serious matter." He starts to suggest some names like Sungyu Guild, after Jinwoo's last name, even though Yusung sounds more natural. Or maybe they could be the Wu-Ho Guild, after the last characters in their names, or Jin Guild, using their middle characters. Hearing all the suggestions, Jinwoo decides to name the guild Solo Play Guild, explaining, "After all, it's a solo player guild." Hearing that, Jinho thinks, was that supposed to be funny? As they were talking, they heard a knock at the door. Jinho goes to check who it is. The person asks if this is Hunter Jinwoo's guild office. Jinho tells the person, yes, it is, and as he looks at the person, he is shocked to see it is Hunter Cha. Jinho asks her what she was doing there, and Cha replies by saying she wishes to join his guild. After they sit down, Jinwoo asks her to please clarify why she was there. Hunter Cha tells him, "Like I said, I want to join your guild." Hearing that, Jinwoo thinks, "I'm so confused about what's going on." He asks her if the chairman asked her to join his guild, or if maybe Hunter Choi kicked her out of the guild. She tells him that's not the reason. Jinwoo, with a serious look on his face, asks her, "So why would you want to join my solo play guild?" She is surprised to hear that name and asks him if he really named his guild that. Jinwoo tells her, "Yes, what's the problem with the name? The vice master and I agreed to it." Jinho tells him he never agreed to anything, asking, "What about the names that I suggested?" Jinwoo tells him, "You didn't say anything, so I thought you agreed." He thinks, "Let's not decide on the name so suddenly, as my judgment is pretty clouded because the situation right now is confusing." He looks at Cha, thinking about her pulse, breath, and expression. She's pretending to be calm, but she can't fool me. "Just why are you trying to join my guild?" He asks her, "It's been 2 years since you have been awakened. I assume that you're still in contract with the Hunter Guild." She tells him, "I have enough money to pay the penalty." Hearing that, Jinwoo thinks she is even willing to pay the penalty and tells her, "Our guild currently doesn't have enough resources to compensate for a hunter like you." She tells him, "That's no problem, as I don't need a down payment either." He asks her, "Why would you want to join our guild then, as there is nothing for you to gain here?" She starts thinking, how should I explain this? Even if I do, it'll definitely sound crazy because at first, I was just drawn by the fact that his mana didn't smell like the other hunters. But during the Jeju Island raid, I thought I was going to die. The story shifts to the past, when Cha regained consciousness after the Jeju Island raid. She asks the chairman where she is, and the chairman explains that she was inside a helicopter, and they had just landed at the Hunters Association. "Soon they'll send you and the hunters to the hospital," he says. She asks about Jin-Woo and if he was the one who saved them from that monster. The chairman tells her, yes, it was him. Hearing that, Cha thinks it wasn't a dream and wonders, I almost died this time, and a similar situation might happen in the future, where I can't possibly avoid death. We see Cha in the present, as she was thinking about how she should explain everything to him. She starts to blush, thinking, I wish to stand by your side till the very end. Seeing her like this, Jinwoo wonders, what's up with her? Is it something she can't tell me? As she was trying to calm down, Jinwoo thought, why can't you answer me? Looking at her blushing face, he could tell that she was hiding something. He asks her, so, you won't answer me? Cha replies, I want to live comfortably. Is something wrong with that? Hearing her answer, Jinwoo thinks, Hunter Cha is only 22 or 23 years old, and the burden of being an S rank must be hard for her. The hunters also suffered greatly during the Jeju Island raid, so I can understand why she wants to join us. Jinwoo tells her, there's an entrance test for our guild. She tells him, that wasn't in the recruiting notice. Jinwoo tells her, maybe the guild vice master made a mistake since it's a new rule. He asks Jinho to go and fetch them some drinks and snacks. After he leaves, Hunter Cha asks him, what kind of test is it? Jinwoo tells her, you have to win against one of my summons. Cha asks him, am I that much of a weakling in your eyes? What kind of summon is it? Jinwoo, hearing that, tells her, for you. Hunter Cha, I'll use my strongest summon. They start to get up, and Cha asks him, when's the test? Jinwoo tells her, let's do it now, and suggests, how about we do it in the gymnasium of the association? He thinks, this is a good chance for me to test if I can use the shadow exchange with two people. He tells her, you don't have to leave. We can use a shortcut. He gets close to her, saying, we just have to stick together for a bit. When they were ready, Jinwoo uses shadow exchange, and they both get covered by the darkness. Meanwhile, Jinho was entering the room with something to eat, and after entering, he sees a high orc standing in front of him instead of Jinwoo and Cha. They both stare at each other awkwardly as the orc takes the food from his hand and eats it in one bite. The scene shifts to the gymnasium, where the two had teleported. Cha is surprised and asks Jinwoo, how did you do that? Meanwhile, Jinwoo thinks, I was right. The shadow exchange works as a gateway since I was able to move with a person in it. He tells Cha, let's get started. She tells him she left her weapon behind, and Jinwoo asks, are you talking about that pickaxe? Cha tries to explain, that's not my weapon. Jinwoo, smiling, tells her, I was just kidding. She tells Jinwoo that there might be a weapon worth borrowing in the storage. She opens the door and sees a room filled with weapons. She thinks, these weapons are reserves, so they aren't that good, but they're suitable for practice. She comes out with a sword, telling Jinwoo she was ready. Jinwoo asks, will you be alright? That's not the weapon you normally use. Cha tells him, the weapon doesn't matter, as the monsters never fight on their terms anyway. Jinwoo thinks, she's right. He wonders, who should I summon? An ordinary soldier would be shredded to pieces. He summons Igris, saying, among my soldiers, he is the best swordsman. She asks him, what are the conditions for winning or losing? Jinwoo explains, you either win by destroying the summon, or you lose when you decide to surrender. He thinks, I said I'd call my strongest soldier to test her, but Biru is too much for her. After they had prepared, Jinwoo gave the signal to start the test. He noticed her gathering up her mana, and a thought hits him about what she said. Weapons don't matter. He stopped them, saying, wait a moment, and asked Cha to turn back. As she did, he starts to take out a weapon from his inventory. It was the Demon King's long sword. He hands it to Igris, telling him to use it and tells them to start now. They both prepare to fight. Igris, using the sword's ability, launches a powerful wave of electricity toward Cha, but before the attack lands, she manages to dodge it. Seeing this, Jinwoo thinks, as expected, she's fast. If this were an average person, they would have died at the slightest scratch of that swing. As the fight continues, they start to exchange blows, creating a lot of noise that attracts the attention of Chairman Go Gunhee, who was sitting in his office. He thought there wasn't supposed to be anyone in the gym today. He called someone, asking them to connect the CCTV footage inside the gym to his room. As he looks at the footage, he notices it is Jinwoo and Hunter Cha. He wonders when these two entered the building. He remembers Cha's expression from the time when he told her Jin-Woo was the one who saved her and, with a smile, thinks, I really was blind. He tells the person on the call to turn off all the CCTV cameras in the gym and write down that there was an inspection today. After that, we see the chairman sitting calmly in his office when suddenly the ground starts to shake. After everything quiets down, he says, as expected, they're enjoying their youth. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was surprised to see something. He saw that Igris was defeated by Hunter Cha. She asks him, was the Black Knight the strongest one you have? You said you'd summon your strongest, didn't you? Please summon him now. Hearing that, Jinwoo tells her, you might get hurt. But she replies, it'll be fine, because I would like to fight him once again. She sees a dark aura emerging behind Jinwoo as he summons Baru. He asks her if she is sure she will be okay. He thinks, the shadow soldiers are weaker than their living counterparts, but even so, Baru was created for the sole purpose of killing hunters. He was born as a weapon. If he goes all out against Hunter Cha, her chances of winning will be slim. As Baru advances, he asks Jinwoo, what should I do about this person? Jinwoo explains, defeat her, but make sure she doesn't get hurt. Hearing that, Baru lets out a powerful mana wave, shattering all the lights and windows in the building. Sensing his power, Cha thinks, did Jinwoo actually fight against this guy? Baru fully transforms and prepares to fight. But before they can start, Jinwoo orders him to put those claws away, warning him that life won't be easy if he injures her during the test. Baru, scared by those words, complies and retracts his claws. As he was distracted, Cha saw an opportunity and decided to attack. But to her shock, Baru was already behind her. She thought, this is the same move as last time, and swung her sword towards him, saying, do you think I'm going to fall for the same trick twice? But before the sword reaches Baru, he stops it by grabbing it. He then lets go of the weapon, saying, my liege, give me one command to defeat my foe without causing her any harm, and I'll show her the difference between our strength, making her lose the will to fight. As Cha starts to attack, he dodges all of them with ease. She thinks, I'm not done yet, and swings her sword, but Baru dodges it effortlessly. Seeing this, Cha thinks, he's dodging all my attacks from this distance without even moving from his place. As she was thinking, Baru got in her face and screamed, scaring her. The force of the scream was so strong that it threw her back a couple of feet. Looking at this, Jinwoo thinks, seems the winner of this match has been decided, and asks her, are you satisfied now? But Hunter Cha, not giving up, tells him, not yet. I can still fight. Hearing that, Jinwoo wonders, what's she thinking? I don't think she'd be reckless enough to keep fighting even after realizing the difference in strength. Because Baru is different from other shadow soldiers, he may be intelligent, but he's still a killing machine at heart. Jinwoo thinks, even now, I can feel his overwhelming thirst to kill. If she's aiming for a weak spot, I just hope she won't make a misstep. Meanwhile, Baru tells Cha, at a single glance, a creature can recognize whether they are the predator or the prey. He charges towards her, saying, a prey standing up against their predator cannot be tolerated, and attacks her, but she dodges it just in time. He looks at her preparing to strike again and sees that she is gathering mana around her for an attack. She launches the attack towards him, hitting him on the shoulder, but his exoskeleton is too hard, and the weapon shatters into pieces. But that was her plan all along. She says, now's my chance, thinking, I don't have enough mana, so I can only use this once, but it should be enough. Using her skill, Sword of Light, she attacks Baru and manages to pierce through his hard exoskeleton. Jinwoo, scared after seeing this, senses for a brief moment that a quick and simple command had resurfaced in Baru's mind. A command given to him by the queen upon his birth, annihilate all enemies. Baru says, this woman is my enemy, and prepares to attack with the intention of killing her. Seeing this, Jinwoo orders him to stop, but Baru isn't responding. Seeing this as the end, Cha closes her eyes. An explosion occurs. When she opens her eyes, she sees Jinwoo has saved her once again. Baru, snapping back to his senses, jumps back as Jinwoo helps Cha back to her feet. He falls to his knees, asking for Jinwoo's forgiveness. Meanwhile, Jinwoo is more concerned about Cha and asks her, "Why were you trying so hard? There's no need for you to go to these lengths to join our guild. This is just a test, an entrance test for a nameless guild. A hunter of your caliber shouldn't risk their life over something like this." He asks her again, "Why were you going to such lengths? Are you perhaps interested in me?" Hearing those words, Cha is surprised, while Jinwoo thinks, maybe that's not the reason either. I just can't tell what she's up to. As he's thinking, he hears something. It was Cha who was telling him, "I think that might be the case." The story shifts to America, where Michael Connor and Mrs. Sellner are present in front of the director of the Federal Bureau of Hunters, David Brennan. He asks them about their meeting with Jin-Woo and why they were unable to convince him to join the United States. Michael explains that, based on Mrs. Sellner's observation, Hunter Jinwoo is one of the kings. The director was surprised to hear those words and asked if they were saying that Hunter Jinwoo was as powerful as a national-level hunter. Mrs. Sellner starts to explain what she saw when she was inside his head. All awakened hunters draw their power from a place called the other side, and the connection between the two parties is what I can sense. Sometimes, the force from the other side is so intense that some hunters appear as streaks of blinding light. I usually refer to them as kings, but in his case, I saw no such connection. The moment I looked into his eyes, the darkness inside him stared back at me. He was the darkness itself. After hearing about what she saw, the director asks her if she is saying that Jinwoo is an evil person. She tells him, "No, rather I am telling you about his source of power." Hunter Jinwoo does not borrow his strength from somewhere else. He does not use the connection to channel his power like the other awakened. He uses his own strength, so the limitations of the connection don't apply to him. Michael asks if she is saying that there is no limit to Jinwoo's power, and that he can grow even stronger. Mrs. Sellner nods, telling him, "Yes, that is what I'm saying." After hearing all that, David Brennan gets up and starts to leave, thanking Mrs. Sellner for the information. He asks Michael to join him as he was going to the basement, level 24. While going down in the elevator, David Brennan tells Michael, "If we can't use Mrs. Sellner's abilities to get him, then we must find another way," and asks if he remembers the first ever S-rank gate that opened. Michael replies, "Of course I do. It was the most catastrophic dungeon break to date, which destroyed the entire West Coast area." David Brennan explains, "During that incident, America recruited the world's strongest hunters by offering them a huge reward, and out of those hunters, only 5 survived the raid. Each of them was given authority equal to that of a nation, which gave birth to the title of national-level hunters." He goes on by saying, "Kamish, the dragon also known as the Inextinguishable Flame, was a monster that single-handedly killed hundreds of the top-rank hunters. But there was a silver lining to that tragedy." Michael asks if he was talking about that. As the door opens, David Brennan tells him to see for himself. Michael is surprised to see a runestone that was found in Kamish's corpse. David Brennan tells him, "It's been 8 years since the Kamish raid, and there has yet to be a mage-class national-level hunter. So, this runestone has been waiting in this cold basement for its rightful owner to arrive for quite some time now. However, Kamish will once again bestow a valuable gift upon this beautiful country." The story shifts to Jinwoo, who is standing in the shower, looking in the mirror, unable to believe that a girl told him she is interested in him. He thinks, "I can definitely tell that since my reawakening I've grown a few inches and gotten in better shape, but am I really that attractive? Could it be because of the buffs I gained from the skill, will to survive, that any damage to the body will be restored, which is why my skin cleared up too?" He goes to Jinwoo's room, asking her, "How would you rate me?" She asks him, "In terms of what?" Jinwoo responds, "In terms of my attractiveness." She asks him, "Where the heck is that confidence coming from? In my eyes, you just look like a bum." Hearing that, Jinwoo gets annoyed and says, "Thanks for your biased opinion," and she starts to kick him. He tells her, "Keep that up and you will end up breaking your leg. Did you forget who your big brother is? How does a bird brain like you even get into school?" She tells him she is the top of her class. After the brother-sister drama, Jinwoo tells her he was planning on forming a new guild, and she asks if he will be the big boss now. While she is telling her friend on the phone about the conversation they just had, how Jinwoo thinks he was attractive and adds, He's finally lost it. Jinwoo asks her what she thinks about the name Solo Play Guild, and she tells him, "Why would you name your guild that? You use your abilities to summon those shadow soldiers, so technically you are not a solo player." Jinwoo thinks that's a good point and asks her what he should name his guild. She suggests a Jin guild, explaining the character Ah means I and Jin means to go forward. Hearing that, Jinwoo shows some interest in the name. The story shifts to Hunter Cha's house, who was making a fuss in her room, remembering today's incident. She says, "I basically told him that I like him. He probably thinks I'm crazy, but he did save my life, so of course, I'd be interested in him. Thinking it's perfectly okay, who am I kidding? Everything is totally not okay." As she was lying there, she started to think, strictly speaking, I was able to survive because of Hunter Min's healing ability. As she was thinking, she suddenly recalls something. She remembers when she was unconscious, she saw something in a vision. As she remembers, a hand grabbed her while she was drifting away. The person asked her, "Please tell him." And as she looked back, it was Hunter Min who was asking her to tell him that he must be careful. Tell Hunter Jinwoo that he must be careful of the power that lies within him. Remembering that, she springs back up, saying, "I remember now." Fast forward to the next day, we see Park Jin-soo and Jung Yoon-tae talking. Jung Yoon-tae tells him that yesterday a gate appeared in their territory, but it will be difficult to get a raid permit for it. According to the Hunters Association, the gate's rank is quite high. Park Jin-soo asks if it is an S-rank gate. Jung Yoon-tae replies no, but they say it's near to being one. Hearing that, Park Jin-soo tells him that they all could end up dying in there if they are not careful. Jung Yoon-tae explains if it was an S-rank, giving up would have been the best option as they don't have the manpower for such a powerful gate. But we are one of the 5 major guilds in the country, so people might start talking if we fail to clean it. Adding, the guys over at the Fame Guild will jump at the opportunity if we pass on this gate. Hearing that, Park Jin-soo gets furious, saying, "Are you saying we should just spoon-feed Ma Dongwook a gate that spawned right in front of our yard?" Jung Yoon-tae, scared, tells him, "I was just letting you know, that's all." As they are discussing what to do, a woman comes from the back and asks them, "Why don't we just form an alliance with another guild?" Then Park Jin-soo asks if there will be another guild that might agree to that when it's obvious that we are only asking for help because we don't think we can clear the gate by ourselves. The girl, whose name is Young-yi Rim, who is an A-rank healer, suggests, instead of a guild, how about an individual person? Park Jin-soo tells her, "This is a top-tier A-rank gate we're talking about. How would a single hunter make even a slight difference?" As he was telling her that, he remembers about Jinwoo. Young-yi Rim tells him, "You know who I'm talking about." Park Jin-soo thinks creating an alliance might give them a bad name, but the public might acknowledge us more if we join forces with Hunter Jinwoo and asks what Hunter Jinwoo is up to these days. Jung Yoon-tae reports that he recently cleared a gate that spawned in the middle of a highway, but besides that, he's been keeping a low profile and asks Park Jin-soo if he wants him to get his contact info. But Park Jin-soo stops him by saying it wouldn't be right to handle such an important matter over the phone and tells them, "Let's go pay him a visit." The story shifts to Jinwoo, who is talking with Jinho about the name of their guild. He suggests the name a Jin. Hearing that, Jinho agrees with him that this is the perfect name, while thinking anything is better than Solo Play Guild. After deciding on the name, Jinwoo tells him, "Now we just need to recruit one last member, and we will officially form a guild." Jinho asks him what happened with Hunter Cha. Jinwoo tells him, "I don't think it'll work out with Hunter Cha. She's not exactly who I've been looking for." Jinho, after hearing that, is shocked, thinking, she is an S-rank hunter with an excellent record of dungeon raids. On top of that, she is beautiful as well. No matter how you look at it, she's pretty much perfect. He asks Jinwoo what kind of person he is looking for anyway. He tells Jinho that someone with a hunter's license is not interested much in their guild activities, but it should be someone he can trust. Hearing that, Jinho tells him, "I think I have a couple of people in mind that can fulfill your requirements." As they are discussing, they hear a knock on the door. Jinwoo goes to answer, thinking, "Don't tell me it's Hunter Cha again." As he looks, he sees Park Young-soo along with Jung Yerim and Jung Yoon-tae, who introduces himself as the guild master of the Night Guild. Seeing them at their door, Jinwoo and Jinho wonder why they came to their guild office. After the introductions, they sit down, and Park Young-soo starts to explain the situation to Jin-Woo. He shows him a video of the gate that recently appeared in Korea. He tells Jinwoo that this gate is huge in size and was giving out a massive amount of magic energy. Jinwoo asks if it was an S-rank gate. Park Young-soo tells him no, but it is close to being an S-rank, adding, "This is the largest gate to ever appear in Busan." Hearing the location of the gate, Jinwoo started to wonder if he should meet with Miss Ji-hee like the old times and have her treat him to sashimi. Meanwhile, Park Young-soo was telling him the reason for his visit was because the association doesn't want to issue the raid permit to their guild as their guild lacks an S-rank hunter and asks Jin-Woo to join them in this raid so they can acquire this gate. Young Yoon-tae, in the back, was thinking if she should ask for Jinwoo's autograph. Park Young-soo proposes the deal to Jin-Woo, saying usually when an S-rank hunter participates in a raid, he takes 10% of the share, but he is willing to give him 20% of the profits for this dungeon. Jin-Woo, hearing that, tells him to make it 50-50, adding, "I will cooperate if you are willing to ally with my guild and not just with me as an individual," telling them he just happened to establish a guild under the name of Jin Guild. Park Young-soo tells him, "In that case, let's do it 40-60. Jinwoo tells him he wasn't trying to bargain with the Night Guild as he was not the one who needed help. Hearing that, Park Young-soo thinks, "I thought things would work out just fine because he's still young and looks friendly, but I see now that he is no pushover," and agrees on the condition that Jinwoo will take care of the boss. After the discussion, Park Young-soo tells Jinwoo that the gate appeared a couple of days ago, so they need to start the raid tomorrow at the latest and asks Jinwoo to come with them. But Jinwoo tells him, "No, I will see you guys tomorrow. I have some errands to check on," saying, "I won't make you guys wait." While talking, Jinwoo receives a call and wonders who it is. He excuses himself, saying he'll be back after attending this call. He answers the phone, and it is his mother. He asks her if she bought a new phone and if she was calling at the wrong time. Jinwoo tells her it's nothing like that and tells her, "Let's have dinner together tonight." Fast forward to the next day, we see a huge crowd next to the gate in Busan. These were all hunters from the Knights Guild who were preparing to participate in the raid. Park Young-soo, already in his armor, was looking at his phone, thinking, "We should have made him come with us yesterday," and wondered if he was going to be late. Looking at the time, he said, "We will be leaving in 5 minutes." Meanwhile, Jinwoo was getting ready to head to the location. Looking at the weather, he wondered if Jaina brought an umbrella with her, and using his shadow exchange, he teleports to the location. The scene shifts to Jaina's school, where some students are walking in the hallway, discussing the art teacher who was making them do all the work that he was supposed to do himself. After arriving in a classroom, they notice it was all dusty, as the place was closed for a while and no one cleaned it. In a corner, one of the students notices something. He sees a gate and tells his friends about it. He approaches it, saying, "What are you scared of? The gate is secure when it is closed like this, and only the hunters can enter or come out of it," saying it will take about a week for the gate to open. Hearing that, one of the boys tells them that the place was left neglected for the whole semester. As they were talking, they failed to notice that cracks started to form on the gate's seal. All of a sudden, a hand comes out of it, grabbing the head of the boy standing next to the gate. He starts to struggle, trying to free himself. He looks at his friends, asking for help, but it was too late, as the creature crushes his skull right in front of his friends. The students see a humanoid monster coming out of the gate. And the end of the video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe. The hunters were greatly excited by the smell of flesh and blood, but these two were just scouts, so they suppressed their instincts and prioritized their mission. These hunters hid in the darkness for a week. One of the creatures senses humans in the building. He tells the second monster, "This building is as complex as a castle," and asks him to call for the brothers, as he will start the hunt first, saying, "We'll massacre all the humans in this castle and fortify our position. Then we start hunting for real." As he gets out of the room, he sees some students in front of him. Before they could notice the beast, it was already upon them. The story shifts back to Jinwoo, who had arrived at the location. Looking at the gate, he comments, "It's bigger in person." He looks at the team and notices the mining team and the collection team, along with 13 A-rank hunters and 20 B-rank hunters. Looking at all of them, Jinwoo thinks, they have this many A-rank hunters? As expected of the guild with the most A-ranks. As he was thinking, he gets swarmed by the hunters that were about to participate in the raid with him. They start to ask him questions about his abilities and if he was taking the lead in today's raid. Seeing all this, Jinwoo gets confused and Young Yerim steps in, stopping all the hunters, saying they were making Jinwoo feel awkward. She introduces herself to Jinwoo, saying she is an A-rank healer of the Night Guild's assault team. Jinwoo notices Park Young-soo behind him. Park Young-soo tells Jinwoo that he will explain everything to the team now. He tells them he will be the one to lead the raid. Hearing that, the guild members tell him, shouldn't Jinwoo lead, as he is an S-rank? Hearing that, Park Young-soo tells them, Hunter Jinwoo will be in charge of the rear and make sure that we're safe. Hearing that, they ask if he thinks that they are so weak that they need someone else's protection. Park Young-soo explains to Jinwoo that it might have been a bit rude, but they usually have this kind of atmosphere, and Jinwoo tells him that just means they are that confident. After the talk, they start to make their way into the dungeon. The scene shifts to the Hunters Association emergency call center, where a phone operator receives a call from someone. The person, scared, tells the lady that there were monsters outside, saying a dungeon break occurred in their school. She asks her where she was calling from. The girl tells her that she was hiding in the bathroom, scared. She explains everything to her, saying, I was with my friend, and all of a sudden, monsters appeared and started to kill everyone. Hearing that, the operator tells her that the hunters are heading there right now and asks her to calm down. She asks if she knows what kind of monsters they were. The girl tells her she saw them on TV and describes them as having green skin. Hearing that, the operator is terrified. She tells the girl to run away from there, as those things are orcs and they can smell their prey from a distance. But it was too late, as an orc found her, and the operator was horrified as she heard the screams of the girl who was asking for help. Meanwhile, in the school, the students were running out of the building as the orcs took out the ones trapped inside. The orcs start to discuss how they lost half of their prey, as the second one tells him it was okay, as there are still many left. They say that they managed to block the escape path and now will go up another floor and take out all of the remaining humans. Meanwhile, the students had barricaded the door using tables and chairs and trapped themselves inside a classroom. But it was no use, as one of the orcs destroyed the door. As the students looked at the scene in horror, they saw an orc covered in blood coming straight towards them. Seeing an opportunity, one of the students started to run towards the window, trying to escape while the orc was distracted by the other students. As he got close to the window, he saw two red eyes staring at him. Before he could react, he saw an axe coming straight towards his head. In the blink of an eye, it was over for him, as more orcs surrounded the classroom. One of them sensed a student with magical energy. He told the leader about that, and he told them to kill her first. We see Jaina and Han Song-yi standing at the back, scared, as she calls for her brother. Han Song-yi, seeing no way out, tells Jaina, even though I'm an E-rank, I am an awakened, and prepares to fight while Jaina is trying to stop her. As the orcs approach them, one of them asks if that is the human he was talking about. The second orc tells him, no, I sense something much more powerful right next to her. It swings its axe towards Jaina, saying, the smell is coming from that girl. She must die. Both girls close their eyes, accepting their fate. But as Jaina opens her eyes, she sees a high orc standing in front of her who managed to stop the attack. Looking at it, she understands it was her brother who had placed these soldiers around her for her protection. With one swing of the punch, the high orc managed to launch the orc into the air, and it went flying through the ceiling, shocking the rest of the monsters in the room, as three huge orcs surrounded Jaina. The story shifts back to Jin-Woo and the Knights Guild, who had entered the dungeon. Park Young-soo shouts and tells everyone, it's an ogre, and they all see a towering giant of a two-headed ogre in front of them. As the creature swings its weapon at the hunters, Park Young-soo, using his ability, creates a shield in front of him. With full force, the monster strikes at the shield, but there was no use, as the barrier was strong enough to block the strike. He orders Yuntae, and he starts to run towards the monster's face. Running on its axe, he manages to blind the beast and tells the rest of the hunters to deal as much damage as they want to now. Hearing that, all of the hunters started to charge toward the beast. They started to chop it to pieces, and using their magic, the mages burned the thing to a crisp. After they managed to take out the creature, Park Young-soo told the team to regroup for a moment. He tells Jinwoo that things don't look good. I knew this would not be easy, but I didn't expect us to fight a twin-headed ogre from the start. He asks Jinwoo if he knows the second name for these twin-headed ogres, and Jinwoo tells him they are called gravekeepers. Park Young-soo tells him that's right, which means there would be an army of undead awaiting them. He hears Young Yoon-tae telling him that he jinxed it and asks if they should attack them. But they notice that the undead are not approaching them. They are just standing there, staring at them. The hunters started to discuss that something seemed off about them as they were backing away. Usually, they charge on sight. Hearing them talk, Jinwoo thinks, I had high expectations since this was a high-tier A-rank dungeon, and all of a sudden, he senses something. He tells Park Young-soo that he was leaving as an urgent matter had come up. Hearing that, Park Young-soo tried to stop him, saying, without you, we might get ourselves into danger. Jinwoo told him, in that case, I'll call over someone that's just as reliable as me. He'll take care of you and your hunters from here on out. Seeing the creature, all of the hunters were shocked as they recognized it as the ant from the Jeju Island raid. Jinwoo told them, in that case, there is no need for introductions, saying he would take his place in this raid. He ordered Baru to protect the humans and do as he pleased with the rest of the monsters. Hearing that, Baru let out a loud noise as he prepared to fight. Meanwhile, the hunters watched Baru massacre all the monsters present in the area. Young Yoon-tae commented that he wanted to raid with that thing, and the girl next to him told him, you idiot! I can't believe you ran your mouth in front of him earlier. After they were done with the monsters, Jinwoo told the hunters that these monsters here would help them. 20 were more than enough for this dungeon. He started to leave, but they stopped him, asking if he was really going to leave after setting all of the shadows loose. Jinwoo, annoyed, looked at them with anger, saying, I'll dismiss them before I go if you'd like, but I don't think that would help you out. Seeing him like this, both of them got scared. After that, Jinwoo looked at the cooldown time on the shadow exchange. It still had 1 hour and 42 minutes left, so he started to run towards the exit. Seeing him go, Park Young-soo was in disbelief that he left. While running, Jinwoo thought, I keep getting signals from the shadow soldiers I left with Jaina. I have a bad feeling about this. He saw a bunch of undead blocking the path. Seeing that, he got furious and said, out of my way. Hearing that, all the undead cleared a path for him while kneeling down. Seeing this, Jinwoo wondered, what's going on? Are they kneeling before me because I'm a high-class necromancer that has the ability to command the undead? But he ignored that and jumped over them, calling Kaisel and starting to fly out of the gate. Seeing him, everyone got excited as they recognized the wyvern as Jin was summoned. Meanwhile, Jinwoo asked Kaisel to take him to his sister as fast as he could and used his domain of the Monarch to increase the stats of Kaisel by 50% so it could fly faster. The story shifts to the school, where the high orcs were taking out the monsters with ease. Despite being overnumbered, they took out the creatures present in the room, saving the remaining students in the process. But there were still a lot of creatures left as the gate was still open. The students were unable to believe that these monsters really saved them. Jaina started to approach the orc, asking if her older brother was there. She started to call out for Jinwoo, but the high orc stopped her, pointing towards the door as they heard footsteps coming towards them. We see an orc sitting on its throne as one of its henchmen was reporting to it, saying, the final restrictions have been lifted, and we can enter the human world now. The monster said, I'm the chief of the Red Blade tribe, and nothing can stop me now. His henchmen told him that the high orc warriors were helping the humans. The chief asked, how many were there? The henchman replied, 3. The chief got angry after hearing that, saying, to think that the great orc warriors can't take care of 3 high orcs, calling them pathetic. He picked up his weapon, saying, lead the way. It's time for slaughter. Meanwhile, back in the dungeon, the hunters were getting scared of seeing all the insect monsters running around them. They told Park Young-soo that they wanted to get out of this dungeon, as if these monsters saw them as enemies, at any point, they would be done for. But he told them they couldn't do that, as if they left now, there would be no way to deal with the reporters outside, saying, we can't stop just because we are afraid of some summons. Let's keep going, Baru all of a sudden approached him, and seeing him so close, Park Young-soo got terrified. Controlling his feelings, he told Baru, "Let's go." And Baru disappeared in an instant and reappeared again in front of him. Seeing him, Park Young-soo fell to the ground. Baru threw something towards him and started to leave. The rest of the members came to check on him, asking if he was all right and if they should follow those monsters. He told them, "First, let's take a look at this." As they all looked at what Baru brought, they saw it was the head of the Death Knight. Seeing this, Park Young-soo said, "It killed the highest rank monster in an instant. To think they're this strong," and told the members how valuable magic cores from high-ranked monsters are. He asked if there was still anyone left who wanted to quit, but as he looked up, he was the only one sitting there. All of the hunters were already following Baru and the rest of the monsters. Back at the school, the high orcs were trying to protect Jaina from all the orcs, but the chief was too powerful for them. He told them, "Orc tattoos are a symbol of victory. They're proof of how many enemies I've killed until now," and attacked them, saying, "Keep me entertained, high orc warriors." But the second high orc blocked the attack, and the chief was impressed after seeing this, saying, "You managed to block my sword, but you have no chance," and sliced through them. But the soldiers started to regenerate. The chief wondered if this was a spell, as no matter how much he cut through them, nothing changed. Suddenly, he started to hear voices in his head, telling him to kill the humans, and he thought, "It's getting worse over time. I need to finish this." He thought, "If they are moving because of magic, I just need to take care of their controller," and noticed Jaina hiding behind the high orcs. He ordered his henchmen to grab her, instructing them that the high orcs are powerless while they regenerate, and ordered them to keep attacking and restrict their movement. They slowly overpowered all three of the shadow soldiers. Seeing this, all the students started to panic, and the chief grabbed Jaina by her mouth and lifted her up in the air. He said, "As I suspected, it was you. I can clearly sense the magic power." Hearing that, Jaina got terrified as she was about to die, but as the monster was about to finish her, he noticed something outside the window and let go of her. He saw a large shadow coming straight towards him. As he sensed its power, he got overwhelmed. He told the other monsters, "Something is coming, something terrifying," and ordered them to brace for impact as Jin-Woo smashed his way into the building. The orc got thrown away in the distance. He patted Jaina on the head, telling her, "You're safe now." Meanwhile, the chief started to get up, looking scared as he looked at Jinwoo and Kaisel. He started to say, "I'm Garaktaru, chieftain of the Red Blade." But Jinwoo stopped him mid-sentence, asking him to shut up and wait. He hugged Jaina, who was scared and crying. Jinwoo apologized to her for arriving late. He asked if everyone else was all right and turned towards Han Song-yi, asking if she was hurt. She told him she was all right while thinking, "Big Brother's mood feels scary right now." He looked at Jaina's face, which had a red mark on it, and got furious. He summoned Igris and ordered him to keep Jaina safe while he took care of the ones responsible for this. He told the rest of the soldiers to take the students and head down the building. He saw one of the orcs trying to run and told it, "I said don't move." After everyone left, the orc asked Jinwoo, "I see the immortal high orcs were your soldiers. Who are you, and how are you able to speak our language?" But Jinwoo wasn't in the mood for a chat, as he stood there furious about what they did to his sister. Seeing this, the orc told everyone he had no intention of answering and ordered them to attack. They started to charge towards Jinwoo. As the first orc swung his axe at Jinwoo, he grabbed his hand, crushing his fingers, and slammed him to the ground. After that, he crushed his head by stepping on it. Seeing this, the other two orcs started to charge towards Jinwoo. Using his Dominator's touch, Jinwoo stopped them midair and started to close his fist, turning them both into mush. Furious, all the remaining orcs charged towards him, but Jinwoo started to rip them apart and made his way towards the final orc. Seeing his power, the orc was terrified. Jinwoo grabbed it by its mouth, using Dominator's touch to prevent it from moving. As the creature was pinned to the wall, Jinwoo asked it, "Why'd you do it? Why is it that your kind wants to kill humans to this extreme level?" The orc told him it was because of the voices in their head that told them to kill the humans. Jinwoo asks if he can hear those voices when he is around him, but the creature starts to ask for forgiveness. Jinwoo, angry, tells it to answer the question and asks once more if it can hear the voices in his presence. After getting no reply, Jinwoo summons his dagger, saying, as expected, "I'm not a human in your thoughts as well, but it really doesn't matter. I'll forgive you, however. Don't think that the process will be a painless one for you." Back in the dungeon, young Yerim was pulling on something, saying, "Don't you know how expensive that is?" She was trying to stop one of the ants that was eating a monster. She told it that vampires are very expensive and not to eat them. But the ant scratched her on the shoulder and continued eating the monster. Seeing this, Baru approached her and started to heal her injuries. She thanked him while thinking, "How can a summon cast better healing magic than me?" As they entered the boss room, they saw a monster hovering in the air along with many minions that were also present in the room. The hunters recognized them as the Archlich and 10 Death Knights. Park Young-soo thought about the incident in China, where a famous guild by the name of Gold Dragon was annihilated by an Archlich, which caused a dungeon break. He thought it was impossible for any normal A rank to defeat such a monster. As he was thinking, one of the hunters informed the rest of the party that more undead were coming from the rear. Park Young-soo ordered young Yerim to block the door using her magic. She created a magic wall at the entrance, preventing the undead from entering. She told them that she could hold this wall for only 5 minutes. As Park Young-soo was thinking of his next move, he saw Baru, who was approaching the Archlich. The boss recognized him as the shadow soldier of the Monarch and asked why the Monarch's personal army was attacking them. Baru started laughing, saying, "We were chosen by the Monarch and you weren't." The Lich replied, saying that couldn't be true and that he would personally report to the Monarch. But Baru jumped at it, saying, "You talk way too much for someone who's about to die," and grabbed the glowing ball of light on the boss's chest. He started to rip it out of his body as the monster screamed and crushed the orb in his hand. The boss began to disintegrate. After the boss was dead, all the undead soldiers present in the dungeon also started to die off. Meanwhile, the hunters were shocked to see how he managed to kill the Archlich in one hit. After the fight was over, Baru let out a victory scream. Looking at it, Park Young-soo thought, "I knew it was strong, but to be this strong." He thought about Jinwoo's power, realizing that he probably couldn't command all of his summons at once, as that would result in his mana being depleted. But judging from how strong they are, even if he calls just half of them, he could easily wield an army more powerful than a major guild. Back at the school, the Hunter Association had arrived, trying to control the situation, and Jinwoo was sitting with the chairman in his car. The chairman told him that the 213 students who quickly escaped were all safe, and only 10 others were rescued from the building, but all the other students were gone. He handed Jinwoo his phone, showing him the graph that displayed the number of gates appearing in that area in the last 6 months, explaining that all countries are experiencing an exponential surge in the number of gates along with the number of awakened. In other words, we're seeing a rise in the number of gates as well as a rise in the number of hunters who can close those gates. Jinwoo asked him why he wanted to speak with him today, and the chairman handed Jinwoo some papers, saying, "People from Japan, the United States, China, Russia, France, the UK, Germany, and even some countries in the Middle East wish to meet with you, and these are the documents containing their official requests." Adding that he was sure some had already made contact through unofficial channels, the association doesn't have the right to stop them. They can only protect Jinwoo's personal information as he requested. The chairman asked Jinwoo to consider staying in Korea, as if he were to leave, the country wouldn't be able to adapt to the changes that the world is facing right now. They stopped near a hospital, and the chairman told Jinwoo that this was the hospital his sister was taken to. As Jinwoo started to leave, the chairman told him that he'll do everything in his power to provide him with the resources he needs if he stays in Korea, as they had already lost 3 of the 10 S-rank hunters and couldn't afford to lose another. Hearing that, Jinwoo told him, "In that case, I'd like to enter high-rank gates alone from now on," and asked if he could make that happen. Hearing that, the chairman asked if that was the reason Jinwoo made his own guild. He thought, one-man assault squad, and told Jinwoo it would be difficult but not impossible. Fast forward, we see Jinho on a call with someone, asking if they would like to join their guild. It was his cousin, and Jinho was telling her to join their guild instead of being an ambassador for his father's guild. She asked him what this was about and informed Jinho that Jin-Hee was returning to Korea. He replied by saying, "I know about that. He's my older brother. But never mind that. We need one more founding member." Hearing that, the woman asked him if he was asking her to join a guild that hadn't been created yet, and if he was sure he wasn't being scammed by some shady guy. But hearing that it was Jinwoo who was creating a new guild, she got interested as she arrived. Jinho introduced her to Jinwoo, saying, "This is my cousin, Yoo Soo-hyun, an A-rank hunter." Seeing her excited to meet Jinwoo, Jinho told her, "You are the one who is a celebrity here." Meanwhile, Jinwoo thought, "Is she really an A-rank?" She explained that he's the hunter who vanished after ruining Lee Min-sung's press conference. After they sat down, Jinwoo explained to her that joining their guild would cause a stir and asked if she would be okay with that. She told him, "Anything is better than getting mixed up with Eugene Sung." Jinwoo asked who she was talking about, and Jinho told him that's his older brother. Jinwoo asked, "The one with the bad personality?" After the meeting, Yoo Soo-hyun asked Jinwoo if she could take a selfie with him to post online. The scene shifted to the Hunter Association building, where Senator Nam Junwook was protesting against the appeal of Chairman Go Gun-hee to allow Hunter Jinwoo to enter high-level dungeons alone. He told the people present in the room that the regulation was put in place as soon as Hunter Sung Jinwoo established his guild. "If this isn't preferential treatment, then I don't know what is," he added, saying that the Hunter Association exists for the good of all hunters, not just Hunter Jinwoo, and asked the chairman to explain himself. The chairman told him he was right. This is preferential treatment. He explained to the room the reason for doing this. He asked them, "If you have to choose between 20 A-rank hunters or an assault squad of just Hunter Jinwoo himself, which one would you choose to deploy in a dungeon break zone?" He told them that guilds from all over the world are desperate to get their hands on Hunter Jinwoo and asked if they really thought he'd want to remain in Korea if they were unwilling to compromise with him. He asked if they planned on making the same mistake twice, just like the incident with Hunter Huang leaving for America, adding, "If this type of preferential treatment seems unreasonable to you, I plead with you to think about who will save your life when another S-rank gate appears here in Korea." Meanwhile, Hunter Cha was looking at her phone at a picture of Jinwoo with Yoo Soo-hyun. Seeing this, she started to tremble and scream in frustration. Fast forward, we see Jinwoo along with Jinho, who are preparing to start the first raid of their guild. Seeing the gate, Jinho tells Jinwoo, "I've never seen anything like this." He says, "This gate is massive." They were surrounded by reporters who were asking them all sorts of questions, asking about his relationship with his guild member Yoo Soo-hyun. Hearing this, Jinwoo asked Chief Woo, "I thought the association was keeping my personal information private. What happened?" The chief explained, "We can protect his information, but we can't stop the public from knowing the location of the gates," and asked him to be careful about what gets posted on social media from now on. He remembered his picture with Yoo Soo-hyun on Instagram as they started to enter. Jinho told Jinwoo they should call for a mining team and a collection team, as he didn't think he could handle everything by himself. Jinwoo told him not to worry about that, as he would be using his shadows to do all the work. Woo was measuring the mana of the shadow soldiers and was impressed, as all of them were B rank or higher. He commented, "A squad like this is more than qualified for a raid permit into an A-rank gate." Jinwoo was making a fool out of everyone who was debating whether or not this was preferential treatment. He told the men there he was good to go and started to change into his armor. He tells them both, "I've been ordered by the chairman to observe your raid." He wants to know if this really is a safe idea and asks if it will be okay if he accompanies them as a representative of the inspection team, just for today. Hearing that, Jinwoo asks him if he will be okay in there with them, and Hunter Woo wonders what he is talking about. Fast forward a few minutes, and we see Hunter Woo sweating as he witnesses Jinwoo's soldiers taking out A-rank monsters with ease. He thinks, this is an A-rank monster named Naga. Even veteran hunters who have exceptional combat and magic skills would have a hard time against these monsters. But still, these monsters are no match for his army because they keep regenerating. He looks at Igris, thinking that one is especially powerful as Igris uses his sword to take out multiple enemies with ease. Seeing this, Woo thinks that only mages of the highest level can wield lightning magic. But is it an A rank? And realizes it's probably even higher, and wonders if he will be able to win if they were to fight one-on-one as the other soldiers were fighting. He sees one ant that was munching on a dead monster. All of a sudden, It got kicked by Jinwoo and went flying to the ceiling. Jinwoo told the ant, "I told you not to eat those. Do you have any idea how valuable these corpses are?" He orders the other low-level soldiers to keep mining those mana crystals. Seeing him work, Woo thinks he's capable of clearing an A-rank dungeon, retrieving corpses, and mining mana crystals all by himself. This isn't just a one-man assault squad. After all the minions were dead, the boss finally appeared. Seeing the creature, Jinwoo ordered his soldiers, "Those of you who are still working can stay. The rest of you return." Woo asks him, "Why did you have the other soldiers go away? Your summons would have been strong enough to take down the boss themselves." Summoning his daggers, Jinwoo tells him, "Relying too much on my shadows makes me lose my touch," and starts to run up the monster's body with incredible speed. Before the monster gets any chance to defend itself, Jinwoo slices its face in two with just one swing of the weapon and jumps up in the air. Seeing this, Woo was out of words, as he had never seen anything like this in all his years as a hunter. After the boss was defeated, Jinwoo saw that he had gained a level and his abilities had also been upgraded, including Shadow Exchange, as the cooldown of it had decreased by 1 hour. Seeing this, Jinwoo thought, "The cooldown goes down by an hour for every level I gain, so if I keep leveling up this skill, I'll be able to go wherever I want without worrying about my mom and sister's safety." Meanwhile, Woo was looking at the dead boss, thinking, Naga's scales are tough enough to be used as shields or armor, but he sliced through them with just 2 daggers. He sees Jinwoo, who was using shadow extraction on the defeated boss, and a shadow starts to come out of the corpse. A notification tells Jinwoo that you have successfully enhanced the shadow's power. The shadow will start at level 13. Seeing the soldier, he thinks it's the same rank as Tusk but level 13, which means that it is as strong as when it was alive, but it's so much smaller now. Shadows usually stay the same size or grow when I extract them. Even so, it is emitting an enormous amount of mana. I think it's about as strong as Tusk. He sees a notification telling him to name his new soldier, and he decides to name him Jima. After he was done with that, the cave started to shake. Seeing this, Jinho told Jinwoo that we should get going. He looked at the corpse of the boss, thinking, "What do I do about this?" After a while, we see Tusk coming out of the gate with the dead boss on its shoulder, and the reporters recognizing him as one of Jinwoo's summons start to take pictures of him. As the rest of the squad comes out, we see Woo, who was completely overwhelmed by what he saw inside the gate. After some time, we see him sitting in the chairman's office, reporting to him about everything that he saw in the dungeon. Looking at him, the chairman comments, "You've seen many different raids over the years, but hearing your report, I understand why even a veteran like you is overwhelmed." He tells the chairman that what I witnessed wasn't a raid, but a massacre. After Hunter Woo leaves, the chairman thinks about everything, saying, "The hunters of Korea know, from all over the world, about to see the tides turn." The story shifts to Japan, where an unnatural phenomenon is occurring. All the people are looking at the sky with confusion, not understanding what is going on, as they see a gigantic red gate menacingly looming in the sky. This part is in. Like and subscribe for the next part. Welcome back to Chapter 123 of Solo Leveling. Go please like the video and subscribe. In the previous episode, we saw an S-rank red gate appearing in the middle of Japan. Chapter 123 begins with some people standing in a hallway discussing the situation of the red gate and the increase in the number of other high-level gates in the country. They talk about how, due to the current situation in Japan, all the major guilds were called for a meeting to discuss their next move as they have lost the manpower. To tackle this situation after the loss of 7 of their S-rank hunters, including Goto-Ruji in the Jeju Island raid, as they were talking, they see the remaining S-rank members of the Draw Sword Guild making their way to the conference room. Seeing them, they comment how Matsumoto, the association's president, was on his last straw after losing Goto-Ruji, adding that they had a monopoly over all the S-rank hunters, so it's nice to see them suffer a little, and with the little power they had left in the near future, they will lose their title as the top guild in Japan. Sugimoto, overhearing their conversation, stops, and they give the men a death stare, scaring them off. After the men leave, Minoru tells Sugimoto they weren't being this cocky in the past, but now that Mr. Goto isn't here, they're starting to rise up again. Kane informs Sugimoto about the rumor that the Black Hole Guild and Snowy Mountains Guild were planning on merging together, and the combined number of S-rank hunters in those guilds is 4. Same as them hearing that Sugimoto tells them there is no need to worry, they can't take their title as Japan's top guild. Even though they have S-rank hunters, they are still weak and lack the power, calling them laughable. Fast forward, we see a man angry screaming at the people present in the room, asking them to explain themselves as to why is the Hunters Association not responding to the S-rank gate that appeared in the middle of Tokyo, and asks them if they still did not come up with a plan to take care of this situation, asking what will happen if there is a dungeon break. Matsumoto Shigeo, the chairman of the Japanese Hunters Association, explains to the people present in the room that the S-rank hunters do not have the ability to defeat an S-rank dungeon unless we call on the national rank hunters. Another man tells them not to ask such obvious questions as they witnessed how powerful the monsters in an S-rank dungeon are during the Jeju Island raid, as they lost most of their S-rank hunters, including someone who was said to be close to a national-level hunter, and informs them the results might be similar if they attempt to clear another S-rank gate without the help of national-level hunters. Another man suggests that instead of wasting their time, they should contact Thomas Andre for help, but was informed that their country lacks the funding to hire someone like Thomas, and also because of the drastic increase in the number of gates every country was hiring mercenary hunters from overseas, so they can't ask for help from any other country either. As the men discuss how they're going to tackle this issue, Sugimoto tells them there is someone who might be willing to help if they pay him well enough. The person known as barrier expert Yuri Orlov. The scene shifts to Jinwoo, who is getting out of his car and going towards his guild office. As he does that, he thinks, I can't believe I'm level 101 now. At level 100 I received the key to the Kartanon temple, and at level 101 all of my job specific skills leveled up. I can't wait to see what happens at level 102. As he gets out of the car, he notices someone. He looks at the person, and it is Hunter Cha, and seeing Jinwoo, she quickly starts to walk away, but Jinwoo appears right next to her, asking, why did you start running after seeing me? If you were going to run, then why did you even bother coming to my office? While Chat was trying to explain something to him, stumbling, she pointed at a location, saying her car was still in the parking lot. Seeing this, Jinwoo understands that she couldn't take her car since we used Shadow Exchange last time. Hunter Cha asks him if he can make some time for her, and Jinwoo asks her what she wants to talk about, and in her mind, she starts to think about the picture she saw of him with Soo Hyun, and wants to ask him why he chose Soo Hyun over her, as she was an S rank, and wanted to confirm if they both were dating. But suppressing her feelings, she tells him, Hunter Min asked me to give you a message saying it was about his power, and that piqued Jinwoo's interest as he was trying to find answers about that too. Stops her, saying, let's continue our talk somewhere private. Fast forward, we see them in the office, and Cha asks him why was the place empty, to which Jinwoo tells her that the vice master said he would stay behind at the dungeon site. Hearing that, she gets excited that she is alone with him, and Jinwoo asks her, how did it happen? How did Hunter Min left a message about me to you? She starts to explain what she saw in the vision while she was unconscious in Jeju Island. She tells him she was drifting away in the darkness as a hand reached out to pull her out of that place, and she saw it was Hunter Min who was telling her that his powers are too strong and incredibly scary. He needs to know this as well, and was telling her about the real army of Jinwoo, but he disappeared before he could tell her everything. After a while, we see Jinwoo sitting in a dungeon thinking about what Cha told him, and thinks, true or not, I also need to find out the source of my power, and this is more important than getting stronger. We see Jinho sitting next to him, telling him that the summons can move by themselves, so why do they have to come with him? Why not let them do the work while we do other things? And Jinwoo explains that the farther away he is from a summon, the less experience he gains. And also, he can't be sure what these idiots would do when I'm not watching them. Jinho asks him about his sister, and how is she doing after going through a dungeon break? Jinwoo tells him she is fine, but the doctors suggest that she should relax for a bit. So he leaves his most trustworthy guards next to her, so she does not have to worry too much about her safety, and decides to check up on her. He uses his shadow sense, which allows him to share the vision with his soldiers, but as he sees through Beru's eyes, he sees that he was watching television while Jaina was sleeping on the couch. After seeing this, Jinwoo thinks, I should have known, and wonders are that the kind of TV shows he likes. She decides to check up on the other soldiers and sees his mother shopping for groceries and Hunter Beck and Choi arguing like always. After that, he decides to check up on Hunter Cha and sees her in the shower taking a bath. Surprised seeing that, he stops using his ability while Jinho asks him if he had fallen asleep, but Jinwoo was lost in his thoughts and thinks, I better apologize one of these days, and wonders if he needs to buy her lunch. Meanwhile, Jinho was telling him about the S-rank gate that appeared in the city of Shinjuku in Japan, adding that there were not even 3 days left until a dungeon break, so the officials of Japan were gathering hunters from everywhere, and asked if they contacted him. Jinwoo tells him they did contact him, but there is a more pressing matter. So I'm thinking about it. As they were talking, the dungeon started to rumble, and they started to leave. Back in Japan, we see Yuri Orlov, a national level hunter who was introducing himself as the greatest support type hunter to Sugimoto. He tells Sugimoto that I read the report sent over by the Shortsword Guild. It was a good choice to evacuate the citizens, and mocking them asks if it was true that due to the lack of manpower, Japan can only send 6 S-rank hunters. Sugimoto tells him yes, as in order to take care of all the A-level gates that appeared in Japan, they needed at least 1 S-rank hunter to remain per guild, telling him that their guild will also leave 1 S-rank hunter behind, and the 3 of them will come help in the dungeon. Yuri Orlov, after hearing that, tells him that is pathetic. How could you protect your country this way? He tells him 3.6 billion yearly, 10 million daily. Hire me, and I will hold back the gate as long as you want. Sugimoto was shocked to hear the numbers, asking if he was seriously gonna charge $10 million a day. Yuri Orlov told him they can save their country for $3.6 billion a year, reminding him of the $36 trillion that Thomas was asking for, saying compared to that I'm rather cheap. Minoru asks Kine that she can speak Russian and asks her what did that drunk say. Kine tells him I'm not sure, but I'm certain that it is not good. Yuri Orlov asks them if they would rather save their country or they would try to save money. Tells Sugimoto that he was a far better choice compared to the losers standing behind him. Minoru asks if he was insulting them, and Kine tells him I didn't understand what he said, but the meaning came through clearly, and all of a sudden they get surrounded by some sort of barrier. It was Yuri Orlov who was telling them you won't be able to move an inch from there without my permission. While struggling, Minoru thinks how did he manage to restrain our movement even though we are S-rank? With a grin on his face, he tells Sugimoto, I'll stop that S-rank gate of yours, and he'll even let them off free of charge. How about that? I think you should be satisfied. Now Sugimoto, seeing no other option, tells him I have confirmed your abilities, and tells him he needs to make a call first. Back in Korea, we see Jinwoo getting ready to go to the double dungeon. As he is preparing, his mother tells him your mother doesn't have to worry about anything, right? And Jinwoo tells her not to worry as he just has an appointment. After the timer was up, the key revealed the location of the gate. It was in Jinwoo's school. As Jinwoo arrived at the location, he saw Hunter Association agents standing outside the gate. He approached them and asked how long has it been since this gate appeared. The person tells him 3 days. They tell Jinwoo that it was only a C-rank gate and a hunter assault squad entered in there about 2 hours ago. Jinwoo tells them that they must call them all back as the assault squad is in danger, otherwise they will die. He starts to enter the gate saying he'll return with the assault squad. Meanwhile, the assault squad was making their way inside the dungeon. They stopped in front of the boss room as the door was locked. They tried everything, and the door wasn't opening even with magic. As they were discussing what to do, they hear someone from the back telling them it's a trap. Scared, they turn back and see it was Jinwoo. They ask him who he was and what was he doing in this dungeon. Jinwoo tells them he is a survivor of the double dungeon. One of the members from the assault squad recognize him, asking if he is the new S-rank hunter of Korea. Jinwoo tells them this is an extremely dangerous place and asks them to leave as he will take it from here. Me approaches the door and notices that it wasn't opening, sees a notification telling him that the gate to the Kartinon temple is currently locked. Please insert the key. Brings out the key, thinking this is quite different from before. Seeing the door opening, the hunters wonder how did he manage to open the door as it wasn't budging from there. When they tried, one of them informed Jinwoo that this dungeon was bought by the Dragon Guild and was their property, so he doesn't have the right to tell them to leave. After hearing that the other hunters were also saying the same thing, Jinwoo tells them he wants to stop them. Anyone who wishes to enter through this gate, please feel free. Hearing that, one of the hunters start to enter the dungeon, and Jinwoo sees a notification saying the individual who does not possess the key to the temple has entered, access denied, and all of a sudden a statue comes to life and swings his sword at the approaching hunter, and as the sword was about to land, Jinwoo grabs the hunter from the back and pulls him out of the room, tells them all the monsters in this dungeon are like that, and asks if they still want to enter. As he starts to enter the dungeon, he instructs the hunters to leave this place and contact the association, telling them that a double dungeon has appeared. He starts to enter the boss room. After he enters, the doors close behind him, preventing anyone else from entering. As he makes his way inside the dungeon, all the lanterns in the room start to light up, and he sees many stone statues placed inside. On the side, there was a statue with wings that had a stone slab in his hands with writing on it. As he enters, he sees an entity sitting in between all the stone statues. As Jinwoo approaches it, he said, it all began here. I've returned, but it's different now, thinking I can clearly feel it through my bones. Looking at the statues, he says these things aren't monsters, nor are they living beings, they're merely puppets of someone or something. He says there is only one thing that emits magic in this room, and approaching it, he asks, won't you say anything? Why don't you answer me? and we see him standing in front of the statue with wings, and hearing Jinwoo the statue comes to life saying, "At last you have arrived." The story shifts to Japan, where Yuri Orlov had just landed in the airport. As he gets swarmed by the press, they ask him how he was planning on blocking off the gate. He tells them that he will be using the same strategy that he used every time. He will be drawing a huge magic circle around the gate and pour his mana into it, preventing everything inside from getting out. They ask him if he was capable to blocking off an S-rank gate all by himself. As the public isn't quite on board with the idea, he tells them it's impossible for him to sustain a barrier on his own, but his magic circle can draw mana from its surroundings, so if large quantities of mana crystals are set up around Tokyo, his magic circle will absorb their mana, and once the barrier is up and running, it will slowly transform into a sturdy wall by sucking up more mana. After explaining the plan, he turns towards the camera saying, "I'm going to save your lives, so just make sure you remember that." Chairman Go-Gun, he was watching his interview and comments that, "I'm not sure if he's capable of blocking off an S-rank gate, but I'm sure of what will happen if he fails." She asks Woo what Shunter Sun Woo up to these days. Woo informs him that he's currently raiding gates in Seoul, Syar, adding the Ajin Guild has requested entry permits for all the gates marked O, and that least that tells the chairman. However, because they spawned in districts managed by the White Tiger Guild, Hunters Guild, and Fiend Guild, there could be some friction. The chairman asks Woo if the Ajin Guild said anything else. Woo tells him they asked if they could take care of the nearby gates for the next week due to unspecific reasons. Hearing that the chairman gives them the permission after the briefing, Woo excuses himself, saying he was receiving a call. After picking up the call, the person informs him that they just received a report of another gate appearing in the school that was recently attacked by a group of orcs. Woo asks him if it is serious, and the man tells him it doesn't seem like serious, but a double dungeon was discovered inside. He goes on to say that there was another thing, that Hunter Jinwoo had entered the double dungeon, and we see Jinwoo standing in front of the statue that had started to move. The creature breaks the stone slab, saying, "I see you have finally made it this far." Seeing this, Jinwoo asks the thing if it was okay to destroy that stone slab, and asks if he was the one who called him here. The creature tells him yes, and Jinwoo asks if he was a monster. The creature replies that he was asking the wrong questions, as instead of asking who he was, he should ask him about the identity of himself. Tells Jinwoo that now the final test will begin if you are still standing on your feet. By the end of it, he will tell you everything that will be my reward too. Jinwoo sees all the stone statues approaching him. Hearing that, Jinwoo starts to summon his soldiers, but the creature snaps his fingers, saying that won't do. This is a test, so cheating is not allowed. You are the only one I wish to assess. I don't care about your servant's abilities. And Jinwoo sees a notification telling him you are no longer authorized to purchase potions or other items from the shop. You are also not allowed to use quest rewards or level up rewards from status recovery. You may not leave this room until the final test has been completed. Seeing this, Jinwoo tells the thing, "So this is how it's going to be. I didn't think all the cards in my hand would end up being useless." He sees a creature swinging his weapon towards him, and Jinwoo thinks, "I can still use my inventory. In that case, I'll defeat everyone with just my strength before the attack lands." Jinwoo grabs the sword and, using his strength, breaks the weapon in two. He takes the broken piece of the weapon and throws it at the creature's face, but that wasn't enough to finish the thing, as it started to pull out the broken piece from its head. But before he can do that, Jinwoo jumps towards it and kicks the weapon even deeper inside its face. Seeing this, the rest of the creatures start to attack Jinwoo, but he was too fast for them. He started to dodge all the incoming strikes and leaps in the air, and before the creatures could react, he stabs one of them in its head, taking it out of the fight. He notices another creature in the distance that had launched an arrow towards him. Seeing this, Jinwoo uses his dagger, slices the arrow into two, and kicks one of the pieces back at the creature, destroying its face in the process. As he took out more of the creatures, he thought, "I've been waiting for this moment. Not just that, I was living for this moment." Seeing Jinwoo take out all those creatures, the entity was impressed. He tells Jinwoo, "You have achieved so much with the body of a human. I am truly impressed." And we see the thing hovering in the air, observing the fight. As the fight drags on, Jinwoo thinks these statues looked like they were teleporting before, but now I can see their movements. Every one of them is strong, but I can do this. The entity tells Jinwoo, "Truly impressive growth, but it is still too early for this test to end." Jinwoo hears rumbling in the room. As he looks back, he sees a gigantic statue walking towards him, the creature even towering over the monster that he was currently fighting. And seeing Jinwoo, the entity started to smirk. The scene shifts to the chairman's office, where Go-Gun, he is in a meeting with some people. A person hands him some documents, saying this contract stipulates that he will give up the right to all the essence stones on Jeju Island. It was the chairman of Japanese Association Matsumoto Shigeo. He tells Chairman Go-gun the reason of them doing this was because they would like to hire Hunter. Jinwoo, hearing that the chairman tells Matsumoto Shigeo that Jinwoo was not an affiliate of the Hunters Association, Chairman Matsumoto replies by saying they were aware of that, and what they want in return from the Korean Association is to arrange a meeting with him, as they were not able to contact Hunter. Jinwoo on their own, hearing that the chairman thinks, I can't believe if they are willing to give up such a huge amount of money just for a chance to tell to him, and wonders if it was because they don't have the power to block off the S-rank gate that recently spawned in Tokyo now that Go-To was gone. After thinking everything over, the chairman put the documents back on the table, saying, I'd like to discuss this matter without the interpreters. Hearing him speak Japanese, Matsumoto was surprised, and the chairman told him, my father ran a small business in Japan when I was young. After the translators left the room, Chairman Go-gun tells Chairman Matsumoto, if this is another one of your crafty tricks, I suggest you stop now. Hearing that the man asks what you mean by that, Chairman tells him that he has heard of the rumors that the Blade Guild has cut ties with UN. Hearing that, Matsumoto springs up in shock, asking how he knows about that. The chairman explains that it was pretty obvious, I could tell something was up when the Blade Guild rejected funding from the Japanese Hunters Association and only accepted government subsidies. The Blade Guild used to be the backbone of the Japanese Hunters Association. Because of Go-To, you were able to rally all the S-rank when you needed to, but not anymore. There's probably a power struggle now that the Blade Guild has fallen apart, and the association must be failing to control the situation. Tells him that if this gate isn't properly blocked off, you'll have to take full responsibility. Chairman Matsumoto, Chairman Go-gun, he starts to take out a device, saying though he had malicious intentions, Go-To was a hunter who represented Japan, so everything that was going on in Japan, the death of Hunter Go-To, the downfall of the Blade Guild, the mismanaged conflicts between the Japanese guilds, and the sacrifices that were made because of your crafty play, everything will be falling on your shoulders. After hearing everything, Matsumoto asks the chairman, what was this thing? He tells him that this is a camera that was connected to your receiver. It belonged to Go-To's team. Furious, the chairman asks him, did you think I wouldn't find out? This is hardly the time for you to be negotiating with mana crystals. If this information becomes public, the people of Japan will have to deal with the consequences of your crooked schemes, and crushes the device with such force that even the table disintegrate because of the force. Tells Matsumoto that I'm not cold-hearted enough to do something so cruel. I would not want an entire country and all of Asia to be plunged into a crisis because of one man's ploy, adding that you'll have to thank Hunter Jinwoo for this one. And we see Jinwoo, who was taking out all the stone creatures in the double dungeon. After taking out many of the creatures, he notices that they just keep on coming while fighting. Jinwoo notices something. He sees the large statue in the back whose eyes were glowing, and Jinwoo figures out that it was preparing for an attack. He thinks it's too late to ditch that attack, and using the commander's touch, he lifts some of the creatures in the air, and as the creature from the back attacks, Jinwoo creates a shield in front of himself using the smaller soldiers, but the intensity of the attack was so high that it disintegrated the soldiers and went through them, and in the nick of time, Jinwoo managed to dodge it. Seeing how powerful the attack was, Jinwoo thinks, I won't be able to survive a direct hit, even at my current level, and decides to get rid of the larger creature. First, using his speed, he starts to run toward the creature. Seeing him approaching, the creature starts to lift his foot, intending to crush Jinwoo. As the creature slams his foot back at the ground, creating a huge crater on the ground. Seeing this, the creature smirks, thinking it managed to take out Jinwoo, but to its shock, it sees Jinwoo, who was still coming towards him. Seeing an opportunity, the creature started to charge up another attack. Seeing this, Jinwoo decided to combine the speed with Monster's authority skill, thinking that will allow him to go straight for its blind spot. Combining his skills, he pulls himself towards the creature's shoulder, dodging the laser in the process. As he does that, he notices the gravitational pull has gotten incredibly strong, as he only used a fraction of his mana, but it still worked on a target this large, thinking the upgrade made a huge difference. Seeing an opportunity, Jinwoo prepared to attack and used the skill of mutilation, hitting the creature directly in the face, but was shocked to see that the Demon King daggers that can usually slice through anything only managed to scratch this creature. Seeing this, Jinwoo decides to use brute force and prepares to target the crevice. He grabs onto the creature and using his super strength strikes the creature in the face, and the attack is very effective as the creature starts to panic. After seeing this, the first creature said, I never thought he'd use that kind of attack against my marvelous creation. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was continuously punching the thing, puts all his power in one last push, saying, "I'll show you what it really means to be level 103, and strikes the creature so hard that it falls to the ground. After taking care of him, Jinwoo jumps down between all the smaller monsters. Seeing this, they start to attack, but using Dominator authority, he slams all of them to the ground. After taking care of all the creatures in the room, he starts to walk up to the one that was hovering over him as he does. The creature applauds him, saying that was impressive, and Jinwoo reminded of the promise that he was going to answer all of his questions. Hearing that, the creature tells him that the test isn't over yet as he was still alive, and Jinwoo sees an urgent quest stating that your heart will stop beating if you fail to defeat the enemy in the allotted amount of time, that was 10 minutes, and the creature tells him that I am our final test. Jinwoo once again asks him who he was, and with a smirk on the face, the thing tells him I am the architect of the system, and asks if he was satisfied with the answer. While outside, the dungeon hunter Woo had arrived along with 7 elite hunters from the association. As he walks towards the gate, he thinks, I already know they're not enough to help Hunter Jinwoo. I'm just preparing for the worst case scenarios. He approaches the gate. He senses an overwhelming amount of mana coming from it. He asks if anyone else is picking this up. He stands there in horror, thinking, where is this bone-chilling aura coming from? I feel a terrifying storm of mana. He asks if there are any more major guilds near them on standby. The hunters inform him that the Hunter Guild is on standby to raid. Woo asks about the 2S rank hunters, if they will be participating, and the men tell him both Hunter Cha and Hunter Choi have agreed to participate. Tells the men to ask them to join in this raid as they need their cooperation. While thinking, what the hell is Jinwoo up to back in the dungeon? The architect and Jinwoo prepare to face off. The creature turns its wings into arms and with incredible speed approaches Jinwoo. He punches him so hard that Jinwoo goes flying away in the distance and crashes into a wall, not giving him any time to recover. The thing attacks him again, but Jinwoo manages to dodge the attack. As he was trying to create some distance between them, Jinwoo sees more fists coming towards him, and the creature starts launching a barrage of attacks towards Jinwoo. But as he looks at him, he sees that Jinwoo managed to block all of the attacks. The thing tells Jinwoo that he is truly impressed with him, as he was exceeding his expectations, and the creature punches Jinwoo square on the face. Thinking that it was over, the creature starts to smile, but to its shock, he sees Jinwoo, who is coming straight towards him, and using his superhuman strength, he punches the creature on its face with such force that he gets knocked back a couple of feet. As it recovers, he tells Jinwoo that who knew I'd have so much fun fighting against a human being. Not once in my life did I think a human could be a worthy opponent. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was looking at the thing, thinking, this guy invited me here as soon as I reached level 100, and when he probably thought I was no match for him, but I can do this. He tells the architect, I've still got a lot of questions to ask you. Why did you construct the system? Why did you choose me as its player? And what's happening to this world right now? Hearing that, the creature leaps towards Jinwoo, saying, maybe you think you might not get all the answers if you kill me. And seeing him coming, Jinwoo starts to create distance between them, thinking close combat puts me at a disadvantage, and uses his Dominator's authority. The creature, seeing this, asks him if he was planning on attacking from a distance, saying it's no use, and Jinwoo sees a huge explosion in the room. He thinks he can use the same skills as me, which means my long distance attacks are pointless too. The creature tells Jinwoo that it doesn't matter whether you kill me or not, because the answers you will receive are already predetermined, and calls all the weapons the room to his hand. She explains that the answers have been predetermined since the moment I first designed everything. Hearing that, Jinwoo asks, how were you able to design all this? And how were you able to give me such powers? The creature tells him that I didn't choose you. In fact, I was against the idea, explaining that I am simply the architect and moderator of the player breeding system. Jinwoo looks at the time to see how long he has before his heart stops beating. He had 6 minutes left, so he thinks, I don't have time, I have to face him head on. As he was thinking, he sees the architect in the air, who was coming straight towards him, saying, I am going to use full force for the remaining time. It struck, but Jinwoo was gone. Without wasting a breath, he ran towards Jinwoo and started to launch a fury of attacks, but Jinwoo was dodging all of them. While thinking, what was going on? How are all of his senses getting sharper? And thinks he can do this. While thinking, I can sense all of his movements, and manages to land an attack on the thing's face. Seeing this, the architect thinks I am using full force. How is he able to block all of my blows and then attack in response? And notices that Jinwoo was getting even faster. Jinwoo manages to chop off one of its arms. Seeing this, the creature thinks I am inside fake body, but I can't believe he's capable of inflicting pain on me. Looking at Jinwoo, he realizes something and wonders if that was the reason he was chosen, saying it's only a small fraction, but it's mixed in there. He screams, saying you're just a mere human, how dare you, and starts to resurrect all of the defeated soldiers. And Jinwoo sees that he has 3 minutes left before he loses this fight. He starts to sprint toward the creatures and, using his dominator's authority, and takes out all of the minions. The gigantic soldier throws a punch towards him, but he manages to dodge it, and after closing the distance between him and the architect, starts to attack it with inhumane speed and manages to cut off another one of its arm, but gets hit in the process and gets launched back, hitting something in the back. As he turns around, he sees a familiar soldier standing behind him. Seeing him, Jinwoo gets angry as last time they faced off, Jinwoo almost died by his hand, so as payback, Jinwoo splits its head in two by hitting it with an elbow. After that, he turns his attention toward the architect and slices the rest of its arms off. With 2 minutes left, he puts everything in his last attack, and a large explosion occurs, covering both of them. And as the dust settles, we see Jinwoo standing on top of the defeated enemy. The architect tells Jinwoo that the test was over. It tells Jinwoo that the answers lie within you, and a notification pops open in front of him, stating the data stored in your memory.
It tells Jinwoo that the answers lie within you, and a notification pops open in front of him stating the data stored in your memory will be retrieved. The creature tells Jinwoo that the choice is yours. Jinwoo thinks for a second and decides to accept, and the place lights up. And Jinwoo gets teleported to another dimension as a spirit, and underneath him was an army of monsters. Seeing all those monsters, Jinwoo was terrified. He notices that all of the monsters were looking up towards the sky and wonders what were they looking at. He turns around and sees a gigantic gate looming in the sky. Seeing this, Jinwoo realizes something. He thinks a purple sky and hordes of monsters. This can't be planet Earth. Looking at all of the monsters, he notices that the army was made up of ice elves, high orcs, goblins, giants, and many other type of monsters. He thinks if this army was to break out of the gate all at once, the human race would stand no chance against the man. All of a sudden, the sky started to shatter, and soldiers with angel-like wings started to descend from the sky. These were the Silver Soldiers, and after some time, an epic battle started between the Silver Soldiers and the monsters. The sound of clashing weapons and crushed armor filled the air, and pools of blood begin to stain the battlefield as the war cries quickly turn into screams of agony. The Silver Soldiers were powerful. They were dominating the battle, but just as the end drew near for the monsters, the Silver Soldiers suddenly came to a halt. One by one, seeing another entity had entered the battlefield, Jinwoo was shocked to see the creature's ability, as he recognized it as the domain of the Monarch, and seeing the creature using shadow extraction on all of the dead monsters present in that realm, he recognized the entity as the Monarch of Shadows, as it created an immortal army that will never die. Seeing all the monsters getting back up, Jinwoo thinks the monsters sacrificed their lives, but death wasn't the end for them, as their blood grew dark and dense, granting them a newfound strength. Looking at the number of soldiers, Jinwoo thinks that he can summon so many shadow soldiers, I can't even compare to him. After that, he saw the fallen monsters emerge from death's embrace and storm toward the Silver Soldiers, and the black and the silver armies became entangled in a fierce battle. Explosions erupted and the ground shook beneath them. The Silver Soldiers should have won the battle by a landslide, but instead another full-scale war broke out. The appearance of a single individual had turned the tides, and he saw the strength of the Shadow Monarch, who was cutting his way through countless Silver Soldiers with ease. The Monarch uses his ability to crush all the enemies that were present on his path, and Jinwoo thought that's Dominator's authority. The Shadow Soldiers repeated the cycle of death and revival to wipe out their enemies wherever the Monarch went. A trail of destruction was left in his path. Victory seemed imminent for the Monarch of Shadows and the monsters until they showed up. The scene shifts back to the double dungeon where Woo, along with Cha and Choi and some other hunters, had arrived. Sensing the mana coming from the room, Cha asks Woo if he was sure that Jinwoo is inside. Hunter Cha thinks that this mana isn't Jinwoo's and wonders who does it belong to. As they start to enter the room, they were shocked to see what was inside. The saw-shattered soldiers of stone spread all around the room. Seeing this, Woo says it's all true. The statues and stone sculpture soldiers actually exist. As they were looking around, they heard a voice saying, "I don't recall inviting humans here." This is another unexpected surprise. Seeing this, the hunters wonder if they were hearing things, as they just heard a monster speak. The architect tells them to be silent, saying, "How dare you disturb the king in his slumber?" They wonder who he was talking about, and in a corner they see Jinwoo standing, and all of a sudden some of the hunters get chopped into pieces as the architect sprints by them. He tells the rest of the hunters that you strong humans will make excellent first offerings to the king. Back in Jinwoo's vision, he saw portals opening up as an army came out from them. He recognized them as the clans of Ricardo, Pydos, Roken, Insras, and Raider that Essel belonged to. As the army was marching towards the Shadow Monarch, Jin-Woo noticed a gigantic wolf alongside the army, and they all stop in front of the Shadow Monarch. Before the final battle begins, the scene shifts back to the hunters in the double dungeon where they were trying to defend themselves against the architect and its soldiers. Choi instructs the hunters to use everything they got and to move the wounded to the back. The architect tells them that by the time my puppets collapse, anyone who is alive will have the great honor of witnessing the king's birth. That is, if any one of you survives seeing the Colossus soldier charging for an attack. Choi instructs everyone to take cover as the creature uses his attack. Choi manages to dodge it and counterattacks with a fireball straight to the creature's face. He orders other hunters present in the room to use this chance to destroy the stone statues. Hearing that, Woo prepares to strike and lands a punch straight on the creature's face, but as he looks at the soldier, he was surprised to see that it had no effect on it, and all of a sudden Choi hits the thing with a fireball on its face. He tells them that these guys have high resistance to physical attacks, but as he looks at the monster, he was surprised to see that his attack had no effect on the creature. The rest of the guild members tell Choi that none of their skills are working on these creatures. Choi thinks they were out of options, so they need to wake Jinwoo up. Thinking that he was hypnotized, he throws a fireball towards him, saying this is the only way to wake him up right now. But before the bowl reaches Jinwoo, the architecture blocks it with his body and springs towards Choi, saying, "How dare you try and disturb the king in his slumber?" Seeing the creature, Choi was stunned and was unable to move as he thinks it was over for him. Woo, along with some other hunters, stop the creature in its path. Woo instructs Hunter Cha that Tae will take care of things here, so please go wake Hunter Jinwoo up. As Jinwoo was still in the vision and was witnessing the battle between all of the demon clans and the Shadow Army, he thinks the shadows kept regenerating no matter how many times they get destroyed. If those had been my soldiers, I would have run out of mana a while ago. It's like he has a bottomless pit full of mana. Seeing them fight, Jinwoo wonders if the Shadow Monarch wasn't on the same side as the monsters, or maybe there was an internal conflict. After the battle was over, the battlefield fell silent, filled with the bodies of the defeated soldiers, and the Shadow Monarch started to approach the defeated leader of the demon clans. He asks him, "We had a chance to end this war today, so why did you betray me?" And the creature replies by saying, "It's too bad. I was unable to get rid of you." Furious, the Shadow Monarch asks him once again, "Why did you betray me?" And the creature starts to say something in demonic language. Hearing that, the Shadow Monarch gets angry and picks him up by his mouth and crushes his face with his bare hands, but that wasn't enough to take out the creature. The Shadow Monarch looks at the thing's eyes and realizes something. He thinks, "Where have I seen them?" He lets go of the monster and it falls to its knees. The monarch removes its helmet, and underneath was the demon king Barab. Seeing this, the monarch starts to wonder what was Baron doing here. He starts to look at his hands, not understanding what was going on, and we see it was Jinwoo all along. He was the one who fought against the Silver Soldiers and the demon clans. He thinks, "Why didn't I notice?" Until now, he notices something on his chest and could hear a heartbeat on the other side of his chest, and we see that Jinwoo had two hearts inside his body, a normal human heart and a black heart. After that, he senses something behind him. As he turns around, he sees silver soldiers ascending from the sky, and a notification shows up saying the playback of the retrieved data has ended. Inside the double dungeon, the architect was telling Hunter Cha, "You are quite interesting, aren't you?" He asks her to go beyond his designs just a little more, and Cha prepares to attack using her ability Sword Dance, and as she strikes, the creature blocks it effortlessly and counterattacks, injuring her shoulder in the process. As she screams in pain, the creature asks them if that was enough, explaining the dungeon system predicts and responds to any outcome, and their weapons won't work against the statues. As he was explaining, he gets hit on the face. It was Hunter Choi who was telling the hunters to wake Jinwoo up, as there was no other way, and seeing an opening, Cha starts to run towards Jinwoo, but as she looks back, she sees the entity behind her who was about to grab her. She manages to get out of the way just in time. As the creature looks at Cha, he notices a shadow on her shoulder. He asks Hunter Cha what was her relationship with Jinwoo, and she tells him, "We are fine," saying, "I am here to save him." Hearing that, the creature tells her, "In that case, I will give you a chance. Today is the day for one of the greatest monarchs of this world to come. Udi will give you the chance to watch the glorious scene, but all of the other humans in the room will die." And the creature hears a voice asking who said that, and it gets punched in the face by Jinwoo, shattering his mouth in pieces. As the creature falls to the ground, Jinwoo asks him, "What have you done to my body?" Seeing Jinwoo, all the hunters give a sigh of relief, thinking that now Jinwoo was here, so they were saved. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was crushing the Creature's face under his foot. It asks Jinwoo, "You are not the king, how come you're not the king?" and asks, "How can you control yourself even if you have the black heart?" After hearing that, Jinwoo understood that the power he was feeling was coming from the black heart, and he sees a notification telling him his mana increased by 100,000. Looking at the creature, Jinwoo thinks from his reaction, "I can be sure of what things he didn't expect this to happen, and the black heart isn't meant to benefit me, and all the data I recovered wasn't an answer." Asks the architect that he mentioned that he was against choosing me as a player, saying, "What was the point of choosing someone? What were you trying to do to mainstead of and wearing him?" The thing shouted, saying, "Shadow Monarch, you have got us. Do you think that the other monarchs will stand still after what you have done?" Jinwoo, bringing out his daggers, asked it to just answer the question. Meanwhile, the other hunters were freaking out, seeing something they saw. All the statues that were standing still had also come to life. The architect tells Jinwoo that if you kill me, no one will be able to stop my dolls, and asks if he still wants to kill him. Jinwoo, furious, asks, "What if I kill you and take care of the dolls?" The architect tells Jinwoo if he kills him, the system will also die off, and Jinwoo, with a smirk on his face, tells him there was a possibility that I could go back as an E-class hunter. He explains that he has been thinking about that Oswell, just because the system's designer disappears doesn't mean that his system will be destroyed. As the architect tried to access the system, he was unable to, as notifications start to pop up stating access denied over and over again. Unable to understand what was going on, he looks towards Jinwoo, who tells him that, "I am going to kill the system, I will swallow it up." Architect, not accepting what was going on, says maybe there was a glitch in the system and screams at Jinwoo in frustration, but Jinwoo slices it into pieces using his daggers. As the pieces of the architect start to fall towards the ground in his last moments, he tells Jinwoo a prophecy: "When the pillars of fire that hold the heavens are raised, there will be an inevitable death approaching your way." Meanwhile, the association members outside dungeon were waiting for the hunters to return. They say that it's been an hour since the members of the Hunters Guild went in and wonder what is going on, and they see the hunters coming out. Looking at their condition, they think that elites of the Hunter Guild all ended up like that. Just what happened in the C-rank gate in the back. Jinwoo was also coming out thinking the system architect is now gone, and I still don't have all the answers to my questions. After they are out, Woo tells Jinwoo that around 20 of the top-rank elite hunters died. If this was a dungeon break, the extent of damage would be unimaginable. He asks Jinwoo, "How did you know the double dungeon was in this particular gate?" Jinwoo tells him, "The dungeon summoned me here," explaining he received a message telling me to come here. Woo asks if they can see that message, but Jinwoo tells him that it's a message only visible in my head. Hearing that, Woo thinks it doesn't seem like he's joking, especially since there are casual tie. Hunter Cha also comes to check up on Jinwoo and asks how he was doing. Jinwoo tells her he was fine, but starts to fall to the ground. Seeing this, everyone present in the place start to panic and run towards Jinwoo. Story shifts to Japan, where trucks filled with mana crystals were making their way towards the S-rank gate. Seeing that, Hunter Yuri comments 200,000 tons of mana crystal. These would be enough to fuel up the magic power of the magic circle. He starts to create a force field around the gate, saying now the magic circle will gather its own magic power from the crystals. After doing that, he notices something, and the man behind him asks if everything was okay. He tells the man the barrier was perfect, but I can feel the presence of someone around this area. He asks the person his identity, tells them to show themselves, but there was no answer. The man asks him what man would be courageous enough to stay on the streets where a dungeon break might occur at any moment, and Yuri tells him, "I never said it was a person." And we see the same man from before standing on top of a building observing everything, saying he has some pretty good senses, and considering where his strength is coming from, there's nothing strange about that. Besides, it is finally beginning. Everything is flowing accordingly to the predetermined tragedy. As the army starts to surround the area, Kene asks Sugimoto, "The modern forums have no significant effect on the monsters, so what is the point of drawing the militart?" Sugimoto explains that if Yuri Orlov fails, we'll have to stall some time for the first line of hunters to prepare for an attack. Hearing that, Kane says, "So they are basically just cannon fodders," and Sugimoto tells her, "We are not so different as long as we are in the front." Meanwhile, Yuri Orlov was inspecting the site. He comments that if this goes well, I could take care of the S-rank gate alone, adding, "I would prefer to be called the man who cleared the S-rank gate alone, but sadly there is a hunter that's more suitable for that expression, so I shouldn't hope much," and opens up a bottle preparing to drink, and the man behind him tells him that might not be a good idea, and Yuri tells him it's a toast to calm my nerves. "It'll show you the best show you've ever seen." As he starts drinking, he asks how many S-rank hunters Aryan stand by. The man informs him a total of 15. Hearing that, Yuri tells him a little less audience for my show, asks about the United States and why didn't they send S rank hunters to Japan for backup. The man tells him there was a new S-rank gate on the east side of Maryland state. More S-rank gates appeared in England and India. As they were talking, the gates started to break, and we see Jin-Woo, who had woken up in the hospital. He sits up and sees Jin-Ho, who was there to visit him. Jin-Woo asks him what happened, and Jin-Ho starts crying, explaining that he has been asleep for 3 days, hearing that he thought about the S-rank gate that appeared in Japan, and asks Jin-Ho what happened to it. And the scene shifts to the day the dungeon break occurred in Japan, and giants came out of the gate. These were the top tier or rank gate bosses, and there was a horde of them. Seeing them, Hunter Yuri was confident that he will be able to stop them using his barrier, and using the mana from the magic crystals, he created a powerful barrier around the gate. The creatures tried to break out, but the barrier was too powerful. Seeing this, Yuri smiled, saying, "A monster that is found in a mirror rank gate can't possibly go through this barrier." All of a sudden, his confidence turned into horror as he saw a gigantic monster approaching the barrier, and with one swing of its weapon, the creature manages to slice his way through the barrier. And the story shifts to the present, where Jin-Ho was explaining everything to Jin-Woo about all the recent incidents that occurred while he was unconscious. Meanwhile, his father Yu Myung-han woke up from his sleep in his office. He asks his secretary for how long was he asleep. The man tells him 23 hours. They were ready to take him to the hospital if he didn't had woken up after 24 hours, just as he ordered. He hands him some documents containing information on the person who was cured of eternal slumber. The man tells him the patient is apparently Hunter Jinwoo's mother. Hearing that, Yu Myung-han thinks maybe Jinwoo has the ability to cure eternal slumber. His secretary tells him that there is someone there to meet him. As the women enters the room looking at his condition, she asks how long has he been like this. Back in Japan, we see the events of Dungeon Break and how Hunter Yuri was devoured whole by one of the giants. The military tried to stop the creatures, but it was no use as their weapons had no effect on the demons from an S-rank gate. Seeing everything, Sugimoto orders the remaining S-rank hunters to stop the creatures from advancing, and all of them charge towards the monsters. They try to blind the giants by attacking their eyes, but the monsters were too fast and they easily dodged them. Kane, in disbelief, thinks how can it be so fast with that size? And we see Jinwoo, who was watching all the footage from that day in his room. He thinks in this rate, just like the Jeju Island raid, the whole of Asia could be in danger, and thinks about leaving for Japan to take care of the dungeon break. But from the back, hears a voice telling him not to go. It was his sister. He asks her, "What do you mean?" She tells him, "You are about to leave," and Jinwoo tells her, "I'm not going anywhere. I've been working too much lately, so I'm planning to rest for a while," and tells her not to worry. After some time, he is sitting outside in the park. He summons Baru and asks him about the condition of his sister. Baru tells her there is nothing odd with her behavior, and Jinwoo thinks she must have developed a trauma. She has never once stopped me from going except for my first raid 4 years ago, and wonders what he should do. As he was walking, he was stopped by a car. Fast forward, we see him sitting in the office of Eugene Guild as CEO. Yu Myung-han greets him and introduces himself to Jinwoo, puts a blind check in front of Jinwoo, saying, "I'm not an arrogant person who believes money can buy anything, especially if the person I'm talking to is AS rank hunter. So I'd be grateful if you would consider this as my token of sincerity." Seeing this, Jinwoo thinks whatever he is going to say must be confidential. It's not something like a guild invitation, and asks, "What do you want to buy from me?" The man tells him that I suffer from the same illness your mother has. Jinwoo asks if Jinho was aware of this, and the CEO tells him, excluding my physician, only 3 people know about T. She explains that while searching for a cure everywhere, I found the only person in this world that has ever recovered from this illness, and I don't think it's a coincidence that the patient happens to be your mother, and requests Jinwoo if he would help him. He will never forget his kindness. Hearing that, Jinwoo thinks about his sister, who also needs the potion to recover from her trauma. Fast forward to Japan, where some reporters were flying over the destroyed city of Japan and were documenting the events. One of them show concern that what will happen if the creatures decide to attack them, and someone tells him we are safe as long as we keep our distance. It's been confirmed by multiple researchers, so it's trustworthy. They look towards the leader of the giants and comment that the large one among them is the only one guarding the gate, while the other giants are scattered everywhere. It's either waiting for someone or defending the gate. They say that only 2 of the 30 giants have been terminated in 2 days, and if they are not stopped in time, the whole world might get destroyed. Back in Jinwoo's office, Jinho was shocked to hear that Jinwoo was planning on going to Japan. He tries to stop him by saying it's different from Jeju Island monsters of his size are abnormal. Jinwoo tells him that if he succeeds, the name of the Ajin Guild will be recognized by the whole world. While thinking even Jinho, who always trusted me, is worrying about this, and Jinho agrees on the condition that they both go to Japan together, and asks him that if he noticed the Red Gate incident, the Jeju Island raid, and the Double Lair incident that happened recently, they all had something similar between them, bringing out the news articles of these incidents. He tells Jinwoo that I'm not in any of it. The only thing I can boast about is staying by your side. It's embarrassing for me to say this, but you are my only source of pride. Hearing that Jinwoo says, I don't think that's something you'd expect from a millionaire's son, tells Jinwoo that he trusts him, so if it's safe for you, it will be safe for me as well. Hearing that Jinwoo gets up and starts to leave, saying, I was just joking, why would I go to Japan at this time, and asks him to go back home. While walking, he thinks about the double dungeon and the architect, thinking he was around the same level as me. That means there are still many more that exceed me. It's a big world we live in. There will be plenty of people stronger than Mefter. Arriving home, he is greeted by his mother. While eating, he asks about his sister. His mother tells him she said she wasn't hungry. Hearing that, he thinks about Jinho's father, how he told him that he can't help him with his illness. He thinks he's Jinho's father, but I don't know what kind of person he is, or if he really suffers from that illness, and the remaining holy water of Lift's use is limited, so I have to use it wisely. As he was done eating, he tells his mother he will be going out for a while, thinking there are still plenty of people that are stronger than me. Even so, as long as my growth doesn't stop, I have to be on the battleground to become stronger. Before leaving, he goes to see his sister in her room. He tells her we need to talk. He sits next to her thinking, where do I even start? He tells her that he almost died recently and turns towards her. Seeing no reaction, he tells her he is always in such situations, but this time was different. I really thought I was gonna die. He explains, I made it out alive. I am grateful for all those times I came back home alive, and pats her head, comforting her that this time I will come back too. He thanks her for stopping him from going this time with tears in her eyes. She tells him, you would have left anyway. Jinwoo tells her yes, and he'll be back, and tells her not to worry as he will protect her no matter the distance. Fast forward, we see Chairman Go Gun Hee in the middle of a press conference regarding the recent dungeon break in Japan, as Jinwoo has decided to leave for Japan and take care of the gate that had appeared there in the airport. As Jinwoo was leaving, he notices something. He sees that despite his efforts to stop Jinho, he still managed to follow him, and seeing no other way, Jinwoo had no other choice to give in to his request, and they both started to make their way towards the plane. The story shifts to Japan, where the military was trying to rescue the survivors from the disaster. The military was telling the people that they only have space for 3 or 4 more people, and tells the civilians that there is no time to be concerned with those who can die at any moment, as the giants are coming this way, so if they remain here, all of them will end up dead. He tells the people that they need to find cover, but as he looks up, he sees giants that had already found their location. The soldiers start to shoot the monsters, but their weapons were not effective against the monsters, and as one of the giants start to reach towards the survivors, a giant trident hits it on the chest, launching him a couple of blocks away. As the lifeless body of the giant lies in the rubble, the soldiers wonder what just happened, and as they look at the side, they see another monster that was protecting them from the giants, and a man approaches them, telling them to evacuate immediately as this place was no longer safe. It was Jinwoo and Jinho who had arrived. At Japan, Jinho tells Jinwoo that he will stand by and help the survivors escape. Hearing that, Jinwoo prepares to take out all the monsters present in the area alongside Jima. He charges at the creatures. The giants were no match against the strength of Jima, and it took out multiple enemies without any issue. Seeing this, Jinwoo also jimped in the fight and slices one of the giants in two with just one swing of his dagger. The story shifts to the Scavenger Guild in United States, where some hunters are talking about Jinwoo and how he was fighting against the giants in Japan. One of them comment that Lady Selner didn't upgrade his powers. Hearing that, the second man says he will die with that level, even though he reawakened. There are limit to a hunter's power, and asks if they were putting insects and giants on the same level, saying hunters that are overconfident with their power will die. They start to bet on how long he will survive this raid. As they were doing that, they hear a voice from the back asking them if that was what they really think. It was Thomas Andre, who tells the men that he can bet the Scavenger Guild building that he will survive this raid. Tells the men to be more concerned with the S-rank gate that appeared in their territory as the dungeon breal is tomorrow, and asks how many of them do they think will survive the battle. Looking out the window, he says, maybe I would have had more fun in Japan, but tomorrow this place would be fun in its own way. Meanwhile, in Japan, the reports were documenting the live scene of the city where the giants were being dealt with by Hunter Jin was summons. They saw a giant that was screaming in pain as it was being devoured alive by ants. Another giant was after a child. The girl cried and ran for her life. As the monsters was about to catch the girl, suddenly a shadow appeared and chopped off his hand. As the creature screamed in pain, we see it was Igris who managed to save the child. As the monster was distracted by that, he failed to notice Iron, who was coming straight towards him, and with a powerful blow to the monster's head, he defeats the creature. The force of the attack was so high that it almost buried the giant in the ground, and stands on top of the defeated giant's corpse. Seeing this, Igris gives a sigh of disbelief, thinking he is so stupid. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was observing everything from a distance, and seeing Iron, he comments Iron is excited, not that he's upgraded. It's a relief that he is doing a good job. As he was standing There a soldier comes from the back and thanks Jin-Woo for his help, and Jin-Woo, not knowing Japanese, gives him a thumbs up saying, "You good brave soldier." He asks Jin-Ho to take him and finish up the evacuation. After everyone leaves, he looks at the dead giant in front of him, and using his shadow extraction prepares to add it to its army. Meanwhile, in the Hunter Association headquarters, the men inform Chairman Matsumoto Shigeo about the current condition, that they were taking back the city from the giants. Hearing that, he thinks Goto wasn't wrong. The eyes I first saw at the airport have seen countless hunters, but he's on a different level. He is unrivaled and starts to recall the first time he saw Jinwoo in the airport. As Jinwoo and Jinho land in Japan, they were greeted by Chairman Matsumoto Shigeo, who was telling him that the giants are coming to Osaka right now. I request that you focus your defense around Osaka while thinking. Regardless of his strength, even for him, defeating all of the giants is impossible, so while he's focused on defense, will try to negotiate with other countries. To their shock, Jinwoo refused their request, saying he wants to kill all of the giants all by himself. The story shifts back to Jinwoo, who is thinking of names for his new soldiers and decides to assign them numbers from 1 to 5. As he was doing that, Baru informs him that another enemy has been defeated, and Jinwoo tells him then he'll be number 6. Before leaving, he tells Jinho that he will be using shadow exchange to move around in order to turn all the defeated enemies into his soldiers, and asks him to go to sleep. Jinwoo thinks that it's easy so far, but we're just getting started. Shadow soldiers assisted with defeating the giants around Japan. The giants stood no chance against shadow soldiers, who healed as soon as they were defeated. But the main issue is the other dungeon breaks that occurred because of the S-rank break. Other low-rank creatures were taking over the city, so evacuation and suppression had to be done at the same time. Fast forward 7 days, Jinwoo and Jinho were moving around the city looking for any survivors or any giants to defeat. They stop in front of the leader of the giants. That while guarding the gate and seeing him, Jinho comments that it's all Yuans. As they were talking, they hear someone's voice. It was Miss Hankawa, who came to Korea last time as a translator for Hunter Goto. Jinwoo asks her about other hunters, and she tells them that there is no one in Tokyo except Mesh. Tells them that all the giants had spread out of the city. Jinwoo says there are 31 giants, and one of them is crossing the ocean to China. Hankawa tells him that thanks to you, most giants are already annihilated, and the hunters alongside your shadows are fighting the remaining giants. Looking at the boss, Jinwoo says that makes him the last one. Looks at the destroyed city and wonders, where did I see this before? And remembers it resembles the Demon Castle, and wonders if the destroyed city of Demon Castle was the system's construction. What did the architect want to express through it? But the architect is already dead, and he hasn't made contact after that, so it may have been his real body. And thinks even if the Demon Castle did show me the future, it'll just prevented us what I've trained for, as I came all this way here because I always desired a power with no equal. He tells Hankawa that they were all ready to go, and she tells him that the other hunters haven't joined us yet, and Jinwoo tells her they already have. And we see Kane, who is saying this is annoying, and Minoru tells her to be thankful as at least they are alive. Annoyed, she tells him they are pressing onward, dominating every giant in their path. The very defiance we couldn't even get close to. It feels like they are leaving the cleanup to us. Eyes infuriating, and we see all of Jinwoo's summons returning back to him, and the place gradually gets filled with shadow soldiers. And finally Baru arrives, kneeling down in front of Jinwoo. Seeing this, Jinwoo asks if it's done, saying good job everyone. He tells Jinho to take Miss Hankawa and move to someplace safe. As they leave, he starts to extract shadows from the defeated giants, and the place gets filled with giants. Seeing this, Jinwoo orders all of his soldiers to charge towards the gate, and the chapter ends. Hope you like it. Subscribe for the next part.
Welcome back to Chapter 136 of Solo Leveling. Chapter 136 begins with Jinwoo ordering all of his army to charge towards the final giant that was guarding the S-rank gate. As he gives the signal, all of the summoned shadows start to charge towards the creature, and Jinwoo decides to witness everything from a distance. That as the creature sees all of the shadows charging towards him, he prepares to fight and lets out a mana wave. Jinwoo, sensing its power, is shocked to see how the creature manages to slice his way through countless shadow soldiers. Seeing the creature fight, Jinwoo thinks it has incredible strength. It killed 100 with just one swing. He comments about its power. Even I had the urge to get out of this place because of its enormous magic power. It was an unpleasant feeling. He wonders how such a thing could exist and says there are 2 ways to get rid of an unpleasant feeling. First, run from the source and forget about it, or completely eradicate it as the fight continues. Jinwoo notices that despite being outnumbered, the shadows are unable to get close to the monster. Even mana attacks have no effect on it. The creature catches a fireball with its bare hands and using its brute strength, slices through the giants as the insects approach the creature. They start to attack its foot, but the creature easily takes them out. Seeing this, Baru gets angry and prepares to join the battle, but Jinwoo stops him, saying, "Not yet." He thinks, "I have enough mana. I have to keep pushing until I find its weakness," that he regenerates all of the defeated soldiers as the fight drags on. Jinwoo notices that the soldiers aren't even able to scratch the creature, even after landing solid blows. He realizes that the creature's magic power is wrapped around its body like armor, which is why it's not defending against physical attacks. However, it blocked an attack once just when it was about to get hit on the face by a fireball. Jinwoo summons Kaisel and orders his strongest soldiers to join the battle. Baru, using his incredible speed, charges toward the creature's face, aiming for its eye, but the giant dodges before Baru can attack. Meanwhile, Igris is in the air, on top of Kaisel, preparing to attack using his electric magic. He launches a beam of lightning towards the creature's face, but the creature moves out of the way. Seeing this, Jinwoo confirms that the creature's face is its weak spot. Its mana is only protecting its lower body, not its face. The creature swings its weapon toward Kaisel and manages to take it out of the fight. Just when it thought it was over, he notices Igris charging toward its face as Igris attacks. The creature manages to block it, but it gets distracted. Jinwoo seizes the opportunity, attacks, and manages to injure the giant, causing it to scream in pain. Baru also attacks, distracting the creature long enough for Jinwoo to prepare for another strike. Jinwoo summons all of his best daggers and, using ruler's authority, starts to attack the creature's face. Jinho and Hankawa, witnessing the fight from a distance, are speechless. Hankawa comments, "It's no longer a fight between hunters and monsters. It's more like a fight between monsters and monsters." Back in the fight, Jinwoo uses violent slash to take out one of the creature's eyes as the creature screams in pain. He signals to Baru, who enters its face through the eye socket. Jinwoo continues to use violent slash, attacking the creature from the outside, while Baru attacks it from the inside. The creature begins to puke blood from its mouth and finally falls to the ground. Jinwoo receives a notification. You have defeated the enemy as he stands in front of the lifeless body of the giant. He thinks about the notification that said you have defeated the enemy and sees Jinho running toward him, calling him amazing and congratulating him for defeating the boss. Jinwoo, however, realizes there was no message saying you have defeated the dungeon boss and thinks the raid isn't over yet. Looking at the giant, he notices there's no black smoke, making it impossible to extract the shadow. Suddenly, he senses something and signals Jinho to get back. Looking at the giant, he sees its Baru coming out of the creature's mouth. Jinwoo thinks about the giant's magic power, which rivals Baru's presence even after its death, that I guess he's thinking about his next move. The gate starts emitting an intense light. He thinks it's a powerful magic storm and turns toward Jinho to see if he's alright. He sees Igris shielding Jinho from the storm. Jinwoo notices that the gate is absorbing the giant's magic power and sees a cut on his face. He thinks, I got a cut just from the magic power. This has never happened before, but he instructs Jinho to wait as he prepares to enter the dungeon to find out what's going on. Jinwoo jumps through the gate and, on the other side, sees a huge corridor. He thinks it makes sense since the giants would need this much space to cross over as he moves forward. Baru comes out and asks Jinwoo if he heard that too. Jinwoo replies yes, commenting on what a foul laughter it was. Suddenly, someone says, "It amuses me very much. You contemptible rulers, see for yourself who has come forth to meet me." In the middle of the room, Jinwoo sees a giant chained up. Looking at the creature, Jinwoo thinks it is the boss of this dungeon. The creature asks him to release the chains, saying, "I know the plans of the rulers. I must inform the other sovereigns." As the giant looks at Jinwoo, it says, "You are not the one I know." Seeing its condition, Jinwoo asks, "Was it the ones you call rulers who did this to you?" The giant answers yes. They're trying to use me as a foothold to strengthen the foundation for a real war. Jinwoo tells the creature, "I tried to communicate with intelligent creatures, but none could explain their origin, and asks the giant about the rulers. The giant tells Jinwoo that they are ancient enemies of the sovereigns. Hearing this, Jinwoo asks, "If they tied you up like this, that means..." The creature replies, "Yes, I too am a sovereign." It warns Jinwoo that the sovereigns and the rulers are all after him, and that he lacks the strength to face them right now. In order to fight against them, he'll need influence. Jinwoo asks the giant to explain what he's talking about, and the giant asks him to release him, promising to help Jinwoo in the fight against his enemies. Jinwoo asks, "Do you really think I would believe the word of a monster?" The monster responds, "I will make you believe," and starts to chant something in a demonic language. A notification appears in front of Jinwoo, saying the king of giants and the monarch of the beginning, Ligia, used the skill Oath of Faith. Seeing this, Jinwoo accepts, and another notification appears, saying that the caster and the acceptant cannot lie to each other unless the contract is annulled by both parties. Ligia asks Jinwoo again to free him, promising to help him against his enemies. Jinwoo tries to say, "All right, I completely trust you," but is unable to because of the skill. Ligia tells him, "This is the power of the Oath of Faith. It's impossible for you to lie." Jinwoo asks, "Why can you communicate freely unlike the other creatures?" Ligia asks who he's talking about, and Jinwoo explains, "The monsters coming out of the gates." Ligia asks if he's referring to the residents of chaos. He explains that the residents coming out of the gates are stragglers, those who have been captured by the rulers for eternity, causing their consciousness to erode. But Ligia claims he is different. "I am a king. Unlike them, I maintain my rationality. I endured all those years waiting for the day I would be free. And then I met you." Jinwoo asks if the ruler's army is made up of the ones with silver armor and wings. Ligia confirms they are the ruler's soldiers. Jinwoo then asks why the rulers are sending monsters after humans. Ligia tells him, "I already told you, they're preparing for war. They want to turn this world into a battlefield to fight against the monarchs." Jinwoo asks, "How does sending monsters turn Earth into a battlefield?" Ligia explains they want to insert magic energy into your world. Jinwoo finally understands. If the monsters that emerged from the gates were disasters, then the magic energy from them was a blessing. Most civilians and hunters thought that magic stones and gems were the greatest sources of energy, but these things were the groundwork for war. Ligia explains that using the blood of those who possess magic power is the best way to plant magic in a world where it doesn't exist. The rulers decided to use the hostages they captured, and now magic energy is becoming concentrated in this world. This magic is going to strengthen the world, creating a battlefield that won't disintegrate under the shock of war. Jinwoo asks what war Ligia is referring to, and Ligia explains the rematch between the rulers and the monarchs. The world in which you live will turn into hell, and it will happen sooner than you think. He warns Jinwoo that there isn't much time left, as neither the rulers nor the monarchs will stand silent once they realize they have made contact. The rulers may already be on the move. Jinwoo asks, "Why do you keep making it sound like they're after me?" Ligia responds, "You really don't know? The power you possess is not truly your own. The fact that it's become yours means its original owner has betrayed the rulers, making you an enemy of both the rulers and the monarchs." But Ligia swears he will remain by Jinwoo's side and fight with him. Jinwoo tells him, "If you truly want to help, it would be easier for you to just become a shadow soldier." Ligia sees the shadow monarch standing in front of him and wonders what it was. For a second, he saw a glimpse of the monarch and tells Jinwoo that rulers and monarchs are bound to spiritual forms. When they die, they can't become shadows. Ligia asks, "Was that enough to convince you to help me?" Jinwoo summons his weapon and, moving towards Ligia, thinks, "I understand the situation, but why does something feel off right now?" He senses he is missing something, and as he begins to free Ligia, asks, "You said you will stay by my side, right?" Ligia replies, "Of course. If you help me, I will help you. This is a fair and absolute deal between monarchs." Jinwoo, sensing something wrong, asks, "Are you on the human side?" Ligia remains silent. Jinwoo asks again, "Why aren't you answering? Is it because of the oath of faith?" Jinwoo then notices a magic crystal on the back of Ligia's neck. He says as long as that stone exists, you too must be hearing the ruler's words, telling you, just like every other monster, to kill humans. Ligia tries to grab Jinwoo, but Jinwoo dodges, saying, "The deal's off." He stabs Ligia in the chest, saying, "It's too dangerous to let you live. You could become a calamity." Hearing this, Ligia tells him, "You're wrong. The true calamity is you." Ligia tries to attack again, but Jinwoo is too fast and strikes back. However, this isn't enough to kill the monarch of the beginning. With the last of his strength, Ligia warns Jinwoo, as the battles between the inhabitants of your world and the residents of chaos become more frequent, your world will become a more intense war zone. I pray that everything you hold dear turns to ash, burned by the karma of war. Jinwoo delivers the final blow, saying, "It won't go as you hoped," that a notification pops up stating, "The dungeon boss has been defeated. You have defeated Ligia, one of the 9 original monarchs. It may take some time, as a great amount of experience has been earned." Jinwoo picks up a piece of metal from the ground, saying, "It's too bad I didn't get any shadow soldiers, but I guess I'll take this as a souvenir." As Jinwoo exits the dungeon, a notification opens up, informing him that he has reached level 122. The scene shifts to America, where a chopper has landed. Director Michael and Ms. Selner step out and are greeted by a national-level hunter, Christopher Reed. Reed says, "I wasn't expecting visitors today." Director Michael tells him, "I have something important to discuss with you. Would you mind asking everyone to leave?" Hearing that, Christopher instructs his secretary not to let anyone near his room until his guests leave. As they sit down, Christopher asks, "What brings you here?" He informs them that he won't be participating in some S-rank gate raid that has spawned in the east. Miss Selner tells him, "That's not what I'm here for. There's a more serious problem." She tells Christopher, "You may be murdered in the future." Angry after hearing that, he tells Lady Selner, "I have not forgotten what you've done for me, but we're not close enough to joke around with each other," and says, "Just who the hell are you talking about here?" She tells him she had a dream about him. "In my dream, you were surrounded by men." Christopher tries to stop her by saying, "You've come all this way here to spew this bullshit just because of some dream you had?" He tells her, "I know what you did for a living before you awakened. There are rumors about the source of your unique ability, that it's rooted in the fact that you used to be a psychic." With a serious look on his face, he says, "I'm a national rank hunter. Nobody can kill me." Calming down, he asks her, "Let's say I believe whatever you're saying. Then will I even go to ask for help?" She tells him there may be someone who could help him by telling him about Jin-Woo, saying he might be the only person who can help you in this situation. The scene shifts back to Japan, where Jin-Woo is coming out of the S-rank dungeon while thinking, "I had to kill the king. That was the correct choice." He exerted a suffocating amount of mana despite having his powers sealed away by those strange chains. It's a good thing I was able to discover his true intentions before that could happen. Fast forward, we are told that news spread quickly around the world that all the giants had been eliminated, and there was talk on social media that a new national-level hunter had appeared. This time, what was different from the Jeju Island raid was that it wasn't just Korea saying this, but the whole world. The giant that managed to get across the ocean was taken care of by China's Rise Kong. In Japan, the head of the Hunters Association, Matsumoto Shigeo, turned himself in and confessed. Perhaps he wanted to take some sort of responsibility for his actions, though his purpose was unclear. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, in eastern USA, American hunters who had successfully cleared an S-rank gate were preparing for a government-hosted celebration party. We see the same scavenger guild members discussing their recent victory in the S-rank gate, saying the government went all out on this party. While Thomas Andre was approaching them as he does, he reminds the men, "You haven't forgotten about our bet, right?" He reminds them they had bet their yacht and mansion, and asks the third man, "What did you bet?" He tells him, "I didn't bet anything." Andre gets in his face, saying, "That's a nice tie you got on." After that, he asks his assistant, Laura, about his looks. She tells him, "This looks expensive, but it doesn't go well with your Hawaiian shirt." Taking it off, he says, "That's what I was thinking too." She reports to him about the list of participating guilds in the upcoming International Guild Conference, saying Korea's Ajin Guild is also included in that list. He asks about the guild and Laura tells him, "That's a new guild in Korea that Hunter Jinwoo created recently." That piqued his interest. He asks, "He would be coming to the US then?" Back in Japan, Jinwoo, after clearing all the dungeon breaks in the city, was standing in front of the giants that he managed to convert to his shadows, commenting, "It's a shame we let one get away across the ocean, but with this, our forces have grown." Everyone standing behind him was amazed to see his power. Seeing this, Jinho smirked, thinking it's no surprise they were shocked seeing Jinwoo's ability for the first time, and noticed Hankawa, who was telling him that there was someone on the phone asking for him. After answering, he was surprised to hear what the person told him. He tells Jinwoo that he has to go back to Korea. Jinwoo asks, "Is everything okay?" Jinho tells him, "I'm not sure, but I've been told to return as some family matters have come up." As he leaves, he thinks, "I've never heard Mother's voice so shaky before," and wonders what could be wrong as he arrives at the airport. He is greeted by his father's assistant, who tells him they have prepared a car for him. He tells Jinho that he must brace himself in times like these, saying, "I will explain everything on the way." As they arrive at the hospital, he sees his father who has fallen into eternal sleep. Jinho tries to enter the room, but the assistant stops him, saying, "You can't go near him, as the presence of a hunter who cannot control his magic will only exacerbate his condition." He hands him a notebook, saying, "It's what your father was working on right before he collapsed. I've been holding on to it in case he wakes up and looks for it, but it seems like you need it more now." As he looks inside the notebook, tears start to form in his eyes as it contains the articles of him and Jinwoo. Seeing this, Jinho comments, "They say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." He's still got the same habit of scrapbooking every article he likes. The secretary tells him, "You and your siblings' competitions, exhibitions, and concerts, he had been storing them all, even your recent ventures. It's not that the president didn't love you. It's just that his expectations for you were just as big as his love for you." After that, the assistant tells him, "Let's take you to the residence." As they start to leave, Jinho senses something and turns back, but there was no one there. The assistant asks him if everything is all right, and Jinho tells him, "It's nothing," and they start to leave. After they leave, we see Jinwoo, who is watching him using his ability to go invisible, standing in front of his father. He says, "He is making me all emotional," and opens up a bottle of potion. Meanwhile, outside the hospital, Jinho's sister, Jin-hee, had arrived to see her father as she was walking. She noticed Jinwoo walk past her. Looking at him, she wondered what Jinwoo was doing in this place. Ignoring that, she started to make her way to her father, and to her shock, as she entered the room, she saw her father had woken up and was looking at her. Seeing this, she became emotional and started to cry. After some time, doctors arrived in the room and explained to her that her father had woken up from an eternal sleep, saying this had never been documented before. I can't even imagine what the media would have to say about this. Outside the hospital, we see Jinwoo saying, "It's a little early, but happy birthday, Jinho." After walking for a while, he decided to head back to Japan, but as he looked at the shadow exchange, he noticed it still had 1 hour and 54 minutes left. He thought about what he should do for 2 hours, and the thought of Hunter Cha came to his mind. Ignoring that, he thought he should try to find a dungeon to raid. Meanwhile, in the US, Christopher Reed was sleeping in his room, but suddenly he noticed something and woke up. He started to walk down the hallway, thinking everything was too quiet. He picked up a glass of wine and threw it as the glass broke. It made no sound. Seeing this, he thought, the glass broke, but there is no sound. He wondered what was going on and asked, "Who is doing this?" He thought about Lady Selner's warning and Michael, who had handed him Chairman Go Gun-hee's phone number, telling him to contact him if he needed to. He wondered if Michael had predicted this would happen. Looking down, he saw a man standing in front of him and noticed some people behind him as well. He asked, "Who are you?" The man told him, "You will not be able to save anything if you keep accommodating these human beings," calling him a fragment of brilliant light. Christopher recognized it as monster language and asked what the man was talking about. The man, pointing upwards, told him, "I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to someone above who's connected to you." Hearing that, Christopher asked if he was a joke to them and began to transform, saying, "At least one of you is going to die by my hands." The creatures recognized the transformation as a spiritualization, saying, "How can a mere human use this ability?" As Christopher fully transformed, he started to attack the creatures present in the room. Back in Japan, Jinwoo was in a car, making his way toward the airport, and the people of Japan were there to see him off as he had saved their country from being destroyed by monsters. He said, "Everyone is gathered here, saying they wanted to see the famous hunter who saved them from the monsters at least once." Though not exact, it was estimated the crowd was over 100,000 people strong. After some time, we see Jinwoo sitting on a plane, saying, "What's the probability that a familiar face will be sitting next to you on a plane strictly by chance?" It was Agent Adam White. Jinwoo asked him if he was going to call this a coincidence. Adam told him, "It would be nice if you thought it was, but that would be difficult to believe." He added, "We've only met once, but I see you still remember me. It's an honor to see you again." Jinwoo thought it was Baru who just told him from the shadows that his name was Adam, adding, "You can't get the name wrong this time." Jinwoo asked, "Weren't negotiations halted?" Adam replied, "I know it's rude to see you like this without contacting you through the proper channels, but I have something to tell you." Hearing that, Jinwoo asked if the United States was unable to block the S-rank gate. Adam told him the matter had already been resolved. He showed Jinwoo a video of a house burning down as firefighters were trying to extinguish the fire. They said, "This isn't an ordinary fire. No matter what we do, we are unable to suppress it." Seeing this, Jinwoo asked, "What is this video?" Adam told him to watch it until the end, that he then explained, "It was Christopher Reed who caused this fire. 1,800 firefighters and 14 top-class hunters were mobilized to extinguish the fire he created." Jinwoo asked, "If there was that much fire, that means there must have been a battle. Was Christopher defeated?" Adam nodded, saying, "Yes. We can hardly believe it either, but he's already been killed." He pulled out a picture from his pocket, saying, "This is a picture of the person the Hunter Bureau considers to be the most likely suspect." Suddenly, Adam was lifted up into the air as Jinwoo sat there furious. He asked, "Is this supposed to be a joke? I assure you that you won't be walking out of here on your own 2 feet." Hearing this, Adam stopped the agents who were preparing to attack Jinwoo and explained, "The person in the picture came out of a dungeon. He may not be who we think he is." Jinwoo asked him to explain. Adam told him, "His magic power is the same as that of monsters, and he attacked our S-class hunter during the interrogation. Remember the explosion at the Hunter Bureau a few months ago? It's the incident that caused a stir around the world." Hearing that, Jinwoo asked if they thought this happened because of his father and let Adam go. Gasping for air, Adam told Jinwoo he knocked out our hunters and went into hiding after that. The Hunter Bureau tried to track him in secret, but it's as if he evaporated. No trace of him was found. He added, "I understand how you must feel, but he meets without a doubt all of the requirements needed to make him a suspect." Jinwoo asked, "Why are you showing me this picture?" Adam told him about the International Guild Conference, saying, "At the Newbern Conference, where representatives of famous guilds from across the world gather, the U.S. Hunters Management Department plans to distribute his wanted posters. This means the investigation will no longer be conducted in secret." He continued, "The Hunter Association has lost a valuable national-level hunter from this incident. They will do everything in their power to catch the culprit. We, the Hunter Association, wish to maintain a good relationship with you until the end, which is why we prepared this meeting so we could inform you before posting this bounty publicly. It would have been shocking for you to see your father's face on the screen at an event you were invited to." Adam thought, his telekinesis is on a totally different level compared to high-tier magic hunters. Only national-level hunters would be able to use telekinesis to this extent. He realized This person is truly the 6th national level hunter and thought they had to let the vice director know about this. Fast forward a few days, the list of guilds invited to the conference was released, and the name of the Jin Guild was among those invited to attend. After some time, we see a press conference being held in Korea regarding the Jin Guild. Some reporters asked Hunter Choi about his thoughts on the matter. He told the press, "The American Hunters Association has made an obvious decision as someone who has witnessed his skills firsthand during several incidents, including the Jeju Island raid. You could compare the Jin Guild to any guild in the world, and its strength would be second to none." They asked him, from the perspective of the Hunters Guild, which has represented Korea every year at the guild conference, "I can't help but think you aren't happy about this." Choi replied, "Of course, I'm disappointed that I won't be able to travel to the US as I had already made all the necessary preparations for that. But I feel more proud than disappointed, as a hunter has appeared in Korea whom I can place my faith in without hesitation in a time of hopelessness against monsters." He added, "My guild members and I have actually been saved by Hunter Jinwoo in the past, so I am genuinely proud that Hunter Jinwoo was selected to represent Korea." While walking toward his car, Choi was stopped by a guild member who informed him that they successfully reserved the gate in Suseodong, which spawned that morning. "It's an A-rank gate, but the readings aren't particularly high," the member said. He asked, "Did the Jin Guild request a reservation this time?" The man replied, "No, they have been a little too quiet these days." Back at the Hunter Association, Wu was reporting to the chairman about China, requesting information about Hunter Jinwoo. The chairman asked if they were asking about his personal information. Wu replied, "No, they requested official and public information, such as his raid records and relevant news articles." Hearing that, the chairman wondered why China was suddenly showing interest in Hunter Jinwoo, as Jinwoo had clearly stated his disinterest in being scouted by any other country. Wu told him, "It wasn't the Chinese government who requested this, but an individual. It was China's 7-star hunter, Liu Jigang, who has taken an interest in Hunter Jinwoo." The chairman thought, China does not follow the world's standard ranking system. Their 5 stars are the highest possible rank, but just one person, Liu Jigang, is known as a 7-star hunter, an exception to the existing classification system. Wu tells the chairman that Hunter Liu has fought against a giant who was crossing the ocean to China, so he's interested in Hunter Jinwoo, who took care of all the giants. The chairman thinks for a second and instructs Wu to deny his request, and if a problem arises, send him some superficial information. Back in the United States, Laura informs Thomas that Jinwoo will be arriving in the country tomorrow. From the back, a man enters the room, asking Thomas if he called him. Thomas tells him, "I have something to tell you urgently." He starts to walk up to him, saying, "I'll get straight to the point," and tells the man, "Do not touch Jinwoo when he arrives in the US." We see it's Hunter Huang, who is sweating, seeing Thomas so close to his face. Thomas tells him, "I know what happened between Jinwoo and your brother." Huang tries to protest against his order, but feels his mana and is left stunned. Thomas tells him, "I don't remember giving you permission to speak." He tells Huang to just shut up and listen. Seeing them, Laura thinks there aren't many people who can give such a warning threat to a top rank like that, just as expected from Thomas. However, Huang's obsession with his prey goes toe-to-toe with Thomas. He warns Huang, under any circumstances, do not touch Hunter Jinwoo, and tells him to go and take a vacation at the guild resort while the conference is going on. After that, he tells Huang to leave, and as he is going, Laura asks Thomas if it is a good idea to let him leave like this. He tells Laura there is no way he has given up yet, and instructs her to keep a close eye on Mr. Huang until Jinwoo leaves the US. She asks if he will do as we say, and Thomas tells her, "I'm sure he'd rather be a little uncomfortable than be dead." Welcome back to another episode of Solo Leveling. Please like the video and subscribe. In Chapter 142 begins in the USA, where all the major guilds have gathered for the International Guild Conference that we see 2 men walking towards the building, surrounded by press. It is Leonard Neerman, representative of Germany's Richter Guild, alongside the guild's vice master. Leonard asks about all the reporters and why so many have gathered here this year. The vice master tells him that the Korean hunter everyone's been talking about is supposedly arriving today, so all these reporters have gathered for him. As they look to the side, they see Jinwoo along with Hunter Jinho and Chief Woo Jinchul. Leonard asks if they should introduce themselves, as they have nothing to lose by becoming acquainted with a strong hunter. As Leonard approaches Jinwoo, his expression changes, and he is left stunned. The vice master asks if everything is okay. Leonard asks, "Can't you see what I'm seeing?" He thinks Jinwoo doesn't summon creatures from another dimension. He brings all of them around with him. He comments, "With those numbers, I'd believe it if we were told that he is here to wage war against the US." Jinwoo notices Leonard staring and tells Jinho, "There's some foreigner who's been staring at me for a while." Jinho replies, "With all the airtime you got on the news, I'm sure you have quite a few fans. He probably wants an autograph." Jinho then turns to Woo and asks why he's here at this meeting with them. With a depressed look, Woo replies that he was assigned the task of protecting Hunter Jinwoo. Jinho, teasing, gets closer and asks, "What was that?" Stuttering, Woo replies, "Protecting Hunter Jinwoo." As they joke around, Jinwoo notices that someone seems to be there to greet them. It turns out to be Adam White, who says, "We've been waiting for you." Jinwoo asks Adam, "Aren't you supposed to be in Asia, since you're in charge of the bureau's branch there?" Adam replies, "That's true, but now I'm also in charge of matters regarding you, Hunter Jinwoo." Adam instructs them that instead of Hunter Jinwoo, all of the remaining members from Korea will be escorted to their rooms. Jinwoo asks Jinho to go to his room with Chief Woo to the hotel. After they leave, Adam asks Jinwoo to follow him. Jinwoo, with a serious look, asks, "Is this about my father?" Adam, sweating, tells him, "It isn't anything that'll harm you. The U.S. Hunters Bureau regards you very highly." As they leave, Jinwoo asks, "Can't you tell me what it's about?" Adam replies, "Some matters are classified as top secret." In the car, Jinwoo asks where Adam is taking him. Adam explains, "We're going to the Hunters Bureau headquarters. We're under serious pressure at the moment after the death of national rank hunter Christopher Reed, one of the pillars of the United States combat potential. We're desperate to fill the void in our combat strength. Although things remain calm on the surface, Christopher's death has yet to be revealed. Soon, we will invest all our resources into looking for a hunter who can replace him." Jinwoo asks, "Am I one of the candidates?" Adam nods and says yes. Adam then shows Jinwoo some pictures of the skeleton of the dragon Kamish and the runestone found in its body after the beast was defeated. He explains that the value of a runestone is proportional to the power of the monster from which it was extracted. He tells Jinwoo about mankind's greatest calamity, a raid that everyone throughout history wanted to forget, the dragon Kamish. A runestone was extracted from the body of Kamish, and they're looking for a new owner of this runestone. Adam asks, "What do you think of our latest proposition?" Jinwoo, seeing the pictures, asks Adam to flip back through them, saying, "I want to see the previous photo." Adam asks, "Are you talking about Kamish's corpse?" Jinwoo asks, "Has the US been keeping the monster's corpse intact?" Adam replies, "Yes." Jinwoo then asks for the location of the facility storing the skeleton and tells Adam to take him there first. Adam, surprised, asks for the reason. Jinwoo replies, "I've given the Hunters Bureau my time without any complaints. I'm sure this isn't too much to ask." Adam informs Jinwoo that he does not know the exact location of the facility himself, but says, "If it's a request from you, I don't think it'd be too hard to gain permission from the authorities." He adds, "I'll have to make a report first, so would you mind waiting for just a moment?" Jinwoo responds, "If we're going to wait, let's wait together," and tells Adam he's coming with him. Fast forward to director David Brennan, who asks Adam, "Is Jinwoo really in this building right now?" David asks if Jinwoo is interested in their offer of the runestone. Adam replies, "No, the runestone was almost never brought up the entire day." David asks, "Is he really only interested in seeing the corpse of the monster and not the runestone?" After thinking, he asks Michael, the deputy director, for his thoughts. Michael says, "The value of a skill is truly unimaginable. Top hunters do not hold back in spending money on runestones they need, which means it's possible that seeing the corpse is more valuable to him than gaining a skill. David asks, does his ability only work on monsters that he's killed himself? A frightening thought hits Michael. He tells David, what if he can even turn creatures into his shadow soldiers that were not killed by him? They realize that Jinwoo plans on turning Kamish into his summon. David springs up, saying, if that's really the case, then I can't allow it. No individual should be allowed to be that strong. Michael warns him that if they refuse his request, it may become difficult to maintain their relationship with Jinwoo. After thinking for a bit, David decides to take Jinwoo to the facility himself, as this could be a good opportunity to check out his ability. As they're in the elevator going down towards the facility, David tells Jinwoo, I'd like to sit down and talk things through a little more. But is this what you prefer? As they arrive at the location, Jinwoo notices there's magic energy mixed into the air. For magic energy to still remain after 8 years, I wonder how powerful it'll be when turned into a shadow soldier. Standing in front of the creature, David tells Jinwoo, we have preserved the dragon just as it was when it was taken down by the 5 national-level hunters after killing hundreds of elite hunters. The energy used by the Hunters Association headquarters is also supplied by Kamish's mana crystal. David asks if Jinwoo is satisfied now. Jinwoo asks everyone to stand back and starts to approach the creature. Seeing him, David tells the others not to stop him, saying, let's all just watch and see what happens. Jinwoo uses shadow extraction, but a notification shows up telling him the shadow extraction has failed. Seeing this, Jinwoo tries a second time. The place starts to fill up with a dark shadow. A dragon emerges from the skeleton of the beast, and the room starts to break down from the magic energy being released by the shadow. As the beast fully emerges, it asks Jinwoo, are you the one who summoned me? King of the Dead, Shadow Monarch? All the humans standing behind Jinwoo start to panic, seeing Kamish come back to life. Kamish, seeing them, starts to lose control, saying, kill humans. I will kill them all, and begins to break the glass that was holding it. Seeing the power of the beast, David thinks, reinforced glass with the top ranker's mana imbued, and this creature is shattering it like it's nothing. Kamish gets out of the cage and starts to charge up an attack. The humans panic, and David tells the men, it's Kamish's breath. Where could we possibly escape to? But before the creature can do more damage to the facility, Jinwoo orders it to stop, telling the dragon, the mana crystal embedded in your head has long since been removed. There is no need for you to follow the commands of the rulers anymore. Seeing this, the men realize that Jinwoo was speaking the language of the monsters. Kamish tells Jinwoo, so this is how it feels to become a subject of the Shadow Monarch, and starts to come out of the cage, saying, as a humble servant who once served the King of Dragons, I greet you, my new king. Jinwoo asks, did you really serve the King of Dragons? Kamish replies, yes, I served the King of Mad Dragons, the Monarch of Destruction. Seeing the creature, Jinwoo thinks, what immense rage. To think that a shadow soldier could possess such a strong, independent ego. It surpasses that of any monster I've encountered so far. There's no doubt he was an incredible being. Meanwhile, the people standing behind them are surprised to see Kamish wagging its tail in front of Jinwoo. Jinwoo thinks, there's the King of the Dead, the Shadow Monarch, the King of Giants, the Monarch of the Beginning, and I guess it is another one of the 9 monarchs that the system showed me. As he was thinking, he noticed that Kamish was disintegrating in the air. Kamish told him, it appears that our meeting came about too late, as too much time had passed since I was killed. Seeing this, Jinwoo started to panic and called for the system, but it was no use. As he stood in front of the beast, Kamish, in his final moments, told Jinwoo, I envy your soldiers who can serve you for all eternity, and warned him by saying, for humans have borrowed the strength of the rulers. Be wary of them, my lord. The skeleton of the creature then fell to the floor as a notification opened up, saying shadow extraction has failed. After that, Jinwoo told Mr. White to tell the director, I am deeply sorry, and I will cover the expenses for the damages." As he started to leave, the men were horrified when they heard a loud thud from behind. Jin-Woo, in his frustration, had punched the door, destroying it in the process. Fast forward, we see Woo asking Jin-Woo where he was, as he hadn't been able to contact him. Jin-Woo tells him, "I was in a place where no calls could get through temporarily." Woo asks if he met with Jin-Ho, and Jin-Woo asks what he's talking about. Woo tells him, "He left as soon as he received your message, telling him to meet you at the Hunter Bureau's headquarters." Jinwoo tells him he never asked him to do that, saying, "I just came from that place." He then asks Adam White if he knows anything about this. Adam replies, saying his name is not on the visitor log in the Hunter Bureau. Hearing that, Woo tells them, there is no way. A hunter from the Scavenger Guild came to personally pick him up 2 hours ago. Hearing that, Agent White starts to make a call to the Scavenger Guild, saying, "The Scavenger Guild does have a close relationship with the Hunter Bureau, but they do not have the authority to do our jobs in our stead. It'll be faster to contact them and ask directly." Jinwoo thinks, "Why do I have a bad feeling about this?" Laura from the Scavenger Guild picks up the call, and Agent White asks her about the person who came to pick up the Vice Master of a Jin Guild. She realizes it was Hwang behind this. She asks if Hunter Jinwoo is aware of the situation. White tells her he does not know yet, but his party inquired about him while Hunter Jinwoo was at the Hunter Bureau. She tells him they will find Jinho as quickly as possible. After the call, White tells Jinwoo the Scavenger Guild says they're looking into it and will be in touch soon. But as he looks back, Jinwoo is nowhere to be seen. We see Jinwoo making his way around the city, looking for Jinho, thinking, "I was careless. I didn't place any shadow around Jinho after using Shadow Exchange to save President Yu Myung-han's life in the hospital." Remembering the incident with his sister, he thinks, what if something similar happens again? He stops to summon all of his shadows, instructing them to find Jinho. They all start to spread around the city, searching for him, that we see some men lying on the floor, beaten up by someone. It was Thomas, interrogating the men to find Hwang's location. He tells his men he has really done it now and instructs them to find him before Jinwoo does. Meanwhile, Hwang was in an abandoned building, looking at Jinho, who was beaten up and bleeding from his mouth. Back in the city, Jinwoo stands on top of a building, listening to the conversations of people using his shadow soldiers to find Jinho's location. He wonders if they've left the city and thinks Jinho is a combat-type D-rank hunter. Normal people wouldn't be able to take him, even in significant numbers. If a car supposedly headed for the Hunter Bureau headquarters suddenly tried to leave the city, Jinho would surely have noticed something was wrong and resisted. The only clue the culprit left behind is that they are with the Scavenger Guild. He thinks about Hwang Dong-suk's younger brother, Hwang Dong-soo, who must have been waiting for them to step foot in America to find out the truth about his brother's death. Since Jinho and Jinwoo were the sole survivors of the dungeon where Hwang's brother died, Hwang must be certain that they killed his brother. With rage in his eyes, Jinwoo says, if anything happens to Jinho, back in the Scavenger Guild headquarters, someone informs Thomas that they haven't been able to track down Hwang so far. Hearing that, Thomas wonders if Hwang isn't afraid of death, as he is an S-rank hunter and clearly knows the difference in strength between himself and Jinwoo. Doing something so foolish despite knowing that must mean Hwang expects Thomas to step in on his behalf. Thomas calls Laura, thinking, perhaps I've been too kind to my hunters. He asks her how the situation is on her end. She informs him, with the Hunter Bureau's cooperation, we've analyzed Mr. Hwang's movement patterns over the past month. There were a total of 3 instances where he strayed from his usual path of activity. He instructs her to send all of their members there, saying he will join them too. He asks her, how did you manage to convince the Hunter Bureau? She explains, I told them that if we don't find Hwang soon, you and Jinwoo may collide. Meanwhile, the agents of the Hunter Bureau are panicking after discovering that all the Scavenger Guild members are on the move. White informs Michael they've canceled all scheduled raids, and all of their hunters are mobilizing. Michael thinks if all members of the Scavenger Guild are on the move, that means Thomas is behind this. This might be bigger than we think. The scene shifts to an abandoned factory where Huang, along with some other men, is interrogating Jinho. One of the men asks Huang if he is sure this is okay. Huang tells the men, "I'm not planning on doing anything to him. There's just one thing I want to know." He explains, "Thomas warned me not to touch Jin-Woo, but I never planned on messing with him. There was one more person who could provide me with answers, so there's just one thing I wanted to hear, that Hunter Jinwoo killed my brother." He punches Jinho, asking him to wake up. Another man comments, "He's pretty durable. I guess he's a tank after all. Any normal human would be dead by now." Huang slams Jinho's head into the wall, saying, "Your courage is commendable, but your stubbornness won't lead to forgiveness." He tells him, "I don't want to kill you. The guy behind me is a decent healer, and he's going to save you whenever you're on the brink of death. Which means, until you tell me what I want to know, you'll be tortured here forever." He continues, "This factory has been abandoned for over 5 years. There's nobody here to save you, no matter how much you scream." He then asks, "Want to talk now?" Jinho tries to say something, and Huang asks, "What are you saying?" He sees Jinho flipping him off. Furious, he slams Jinho into a pillar. A man in the back tells Huang to be careful, or he might kill Jinho. Hearing that, Huang says, "Let's continue the interrogation." The man asks him, "Haven't you found out enough?" Huang replies, "I'm just getting started." Jinho sees a vision of Huang's brother in front of him. Before he can do anything, Huang notices something. As he looks toward the location, he sees a shadow soldier standing there. He takes off his jacket, asking, "Is there a dungeon break nearby? Where did that orc come from?" He charges toward the orc, saying, "I don't have time to mess around." Back in Korea, Jinwoo's mother and sister are watching television, and her mother is wondering if Jinwoo was okay. Baru, from the back, after hearing that, thinks if there's anything Jinwoo couldn't withstand, nobody on Earth would be safe from it. They watch the news and see Jinwoo has arrived in the US. As they watch, all of a sudden Baru feels something. He thinks, "This feeling, I felt it once before." The king is enraged. Back in the US, we see cars rushing through the streets. It's the scavenger guild. Thomas is inside one of the cars. He orders the driver to stop, thinking it's already begun. He kicks the door off the car and jumps out, ordering his men to follow him as fast as they can, saying, "I'll go on ahead." After he leaves, his men remark, "We're going to be flooded with damages compensation invoices again tomorrow." Back in the factory, we see Huang being punched in the stomach, and Jinho, seeing this, smirks, knowing he's been saved. The force of the punch is so high that it launches an S-rank hunter like Huang flying into the distance. It's Jinwoo, who has managed to track them down to save Jinho. After knocking Huang out of the building, he approaches Jinho and gives him the potion to drink. But a notification opens up, saying, "You cannot use a healing potion to recover health points if the health points drop below 10%. Seeing this, he turns his attention towards the remaining 2 men standing behind him. He asks if any one of them is a healer and, with rage in his eyes, tells them to heal Jinho. The healer, with a shaky voice, tells him, "I don't understand Korean." By that time, Huang had recovered and was entering the building, saying, "He is asking you to heal the guy." Standing there, Huang asks, "Is this the first time we've met in person, Hunter Jinwoo?" But Jinwoo, completely ignoring him, tells the man, "I'll say it for the last time. Heal him." The man replies, "You should probably convince my boss first." And before he can finish the sentence, Jinwoo grabs him by his face and slams him into a metal pillar that he turns towards the second man, asking if he's also a healer. The man, scared, tells Huang he didn't say this job was related to Hunter Jinwoo. Jinwoo tells the man, "I asked if you can use healing magic." The man tells him no, and Jinwoo slams him into the ground. Seeing Jinwoo's power, Huang starts to approach him, saying, "As I thought, it's you, the person who killed my brother." Jinwoo hears Jinho's voice telling him to be careful, and Jinwoo asks him not to talk in his current condition. Huang tells Jinwoo to answer his question, if he is the one who killed his brother and his teammates. As they stand in front of each other, Jinwoo tells him, "Go ask your brother yourself." Hearing that, Hwang starts to attack Jinwoo and throws a punch at him. But Jinwoo was too fast. He dodges and strikes back with such force that it launches Hwang even further outside the building. Before he can recover, he sees Jinwoo, who is already sitting next to him. He tries to attack, but gets pinned to the ground instead. After that, a furious Jinwoo starts to smash his head into the ground continuously. As he was doing that, he heard Thomas, who had also arrived at the location, telling Jinwoo to stop. Thomas tells Hwang, "I told you over and over not to touch him," and asks Jinwoo if Hwang is still alive. Jinwoo tells him, "I'm not done with him yet." Hearing that, Thomas says to Jinwoo, "If you can understand this much, it'll make communicating easier." He tells Jinwoo to let him go, and if he does that, he will let what happened here slide. Hearing that, Jinwoo turns towards him, asking, "What if I refuse?" Thomas, furious, tells him, "It won't be a request anymore." Hearing that, Jinwoo throws Hwang into the air, saying, "Fine by me." As Hwang is in the air, he thinks, "Thomas, you do not have a choice but to interfere in this matter. Hurry up and kill him in my stead." As Jinwoo stands in front of Thomas, Thomas tells him, "Maybe you do not know who I am." Jinwoo tells him, "It doesn't matter who you are." Hearing that, Thomas thinks he knows who I am, and yet he's doing such a thing. We see Thomas's past. He grew up in a poor immigrant family and had many enemies. Thomas had one talent that left no choice for the people but to call him the best. It was his ability to cause overwhelming violence. Through countless fights, he began to prove his gifted, innate ability. Since then, he had seen how his power could change those who showed animosity towards him. Strength, authority, wealth, and violence. He used many existing powers of the world to reign over like a king. And when a new form of power emerged in this world, he took the opportunity to reign over as a true king. He destroyed those who got in his way and kneeled those who looked down on him. He regarded violence as true justice. And from those experiences, he knew exactly how to deal with those who refused to obey him. Back in the present, we see that the Scavenger Guild's hunters had also arrived at the location. As they started to enter the place, they heard a loud explosion, and something went flying by them, destroying everything in its path. As the dust settled, they saw it was Thomas, who had been thrown back by Jinwoo. Unable to believe what they just witnessed, they asked him if he was all right. Thomas signaled them all to stop and, with anger in his eyes, started to walk back toward Jinwoo. Seeing him like this, all the members started to panic, saying, "Don't just stand there." They started to follow him. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was instructing Igris and Kaisel to take Jinho to the nearest hospital and to use any means to make sure he gets treated. After they both left, taking Jinho to a safe distance from the place, Jinwoo turned his attention towards Thomas and his guild members. Summoning all of his soldiers, he prepared to take on the whole guild. Seeing this, Thomas got excited, saying, "This is great. There is finally something of a worthy opponent." While thinking, "I could care less about the Huangdong Su matter anymore. There is only one way to redeem my damaged pride, to kill that bastard." But he tells Jinwoo, "It's not too late to admit your mistake and back off. I'll at least spare your life if you do, so now, and apologize." But instead of answering, Jinwoo flips him off. Seeing this, Thomas gets even more furious and starts to transform, saying, "You'll regret not having taken this last chance." As both sides were ready to fight, Jinwoo gave the signal to his soldiers to advance, and all of them started to charge toward the hunters in front of them. Seeing them coming, Thomas also told his men, "They are coming," and all of them started to charge toward the shadows. Taking a defensive position, all the tanks, using their abilities, created a strong magical defensive wall in front of them, preventing the soldiers from breaching the line. But their magic was not strong enough to stop the soldiers, and they managed to break the wall. As they did that, all of the soldiers were thrown back, as Thomas had single-handedly taken out dozens of the soldiers. As he looked up, he saw Tusk, who, using his hymn of defense, was blocking his path to go any further. Seeing this, Thomas jumped towards Tusk, going through the shield and his face with no effort. But as he did that, he thought about his guild members, saying, "Those guys don't stand a chance against these monsters," and jumped inside the building where Jinwoo was. As he looked towards his members, he saw that most of them had already been defeated by the Shadow Army. Off to the side, he saw Jinwoo, who was also taking out the hunters. Seeing this, he leaped towards him, but before he could reach Jinwoo, iron got in his path, stopping him from advancing. Thomas punched him, asking him to move, and the force was so high that it took out a powerful soldier like iron in one hit. But as he looked towards Jinwoo, he was already gone. He wondered where Jinwoo went and noticed him right beside him. Before he could react, Jinwoo struck him with his dagger, but was stunned to see it had no effect on Thomas. Seeing the opportunity, Thomas punched him, launching him into the air, while saying, "You look down on a national-level hunter." As Jinwoo was still in the air, Thomas used his ability, psychokinesis, to pull him back towards himself and told Jinwoo, "Feel the difference in our strength and despair." Jinwoo, while being pulled, used Dominator's touch and held Thomas in place. As Thomas was unable to move, he thought, "He's planning on crushing me like this. It's as if he has me fixed in place." Even as he was getting pulled in towards Thomas, Jinwoo chose to attack. Before Thomas could break free, Jinwoo landed a solid blow on him with such force that blood started to come out of his mouth, and he was sent flying a couple of feet, but managed to stop himself, thinking, "I'm bleeding." Not giving him any time to recover, Jinwoo started to attack him, saying, "What did you say just now? Feel the difference in our strength and despair." He threw a barrage of attacks on Thomas, who was completely defenseless and was taking the beating. But Thomas snapped, saying, "I'll stop underestimating you now," and used the ability reinforcement, starting to transform. Meanwhile, the Hunter Association was making their way toward the factory, and we see Agent White in the car. Someone asked him what was going on, and he told the man, "There's no time to explain everything in detail." The man wondered what was going on, saying, "You might not be able to tell as a normal civilian, but if we go any further than this, we'll be risking our lives." Back in the factory, Thomas had completely transformed. Seeing him, Jinwoo was thinking about what Kamish told him about 4 humans who borrowed the ruler's strength. Perhaps they are among the 5 who survived the Kamish raid, and they are the 4 national-level hunters. As Thomas was approaching Jinwoo, he started to charge toward Thomas but stopped in his path as he saw Thomas preparing to attack. As he struck the ground beneath his feet, it shattered under the force of the attack, but Jinwoo managed to jump back just in time. Seeing this, Thomas used another one of his skills and all of the guild members started to panic, saying, "Get away from him." He had created a black hole that was sucking everything in it, including the shadow soldiers. Seeing the power, Jinwoo thought, "What incredible strength. It's like a black hole. I would have gotten sucked in if it weren't for ruler's authority." As he was thinking, he noticed something, and a large explosion destroyed half of the building. But Jinwoo managed to survive the explosion, and as he looked below, he saw Thomas telling him, "I won't miss this time." While all the remaining hunters were taking the injured and evacuating the area, Thomas jumped toward Jinwoo with superhuman speed. As he got close, Jinwoo simply stepped on his face and jumped up, kicking him back to the ground. Thomas used his ability to pull Jinwoo toward himself, and Jinwoo used ruler touch to pull Thomas toward himself. Seeing this, Thomas thought, "If he is planning on facing me head-on," and prepared to strike, saying, "I'll take you on gladly." Both of their fists collided, creating shockwaves. But to his shock, Jinwoo managed to break the armor that was covering his body and gave him a disappointing look. Thomas was knocked back into the ground. He got back up from the rubble, screaming and furious, and threw a punch at Jinwoo, but Jinwoo was too fast. He managed to dodge it and delivered a knee to Thomas's face, shattering the armor. By that time, the agents from the Hunter Association had also arrived at the location and were stunned to see the amount of damage that was caused by those two fighting. The man told White to stay back, as it was dangerous, and pointed to something being thrown away in front of them. White asked the men what that was, and the man told him that it was Thomas Andre. They saw Thomas on the floor as Jin-Woo was beating him up. He thought, how can a mage-type hunter produce such power and speed? Gathering his strength, he said, I can't lose like this, and tried to attack, but Jinwoo was too fast. He managed to block the attack and ripped off the armor from Thomas's face. Furious, Thomas got back up, saying, I am Thomas Andre. You think this is enough to take me down? But from behind, Jinwoo attacked him, saying, I told you, didn't I? It doesn't matter who you are. He started to beat him up again. Agent White asked Jinwoo to stop, but he wasn't listening and continued to strike Thomas, breaking his armor and bones in the process. Finally, Thomas accepted defeat, saying, It's over. I lost. Jinwoo stopped, seeing his condition. White thought, to reduce the great Thomas Andre to such a state. How many hunters in the world could do such a thing? He wondered if there were any who could do so in the first place. Once this news got out, it would shake the world completely that he ordered the hunters present at the location to heal Thomas quickly. The hunter told him, every bone in his body has been broken. The blood loss is severe too. I won't be enough alone. It'll be better if everyone treats him together. They saw that no one had died in this fight, and White thought, I guess this is as well as it could have gone. One of the men informed him of something, and as they arrived at the spot, they saw the lifeless body of Hunter Huang on the floor, and Jinwoo was also gone. Back in Korea, Jinwoo was sitting on top of a building as he had used Shadow Exchange to switch locations with Baru. Another entity was also present near him. He asked the thing, It's been a while since you've been in Korea, right? We saw Baru, who was healing Jin-Ho in the hospital. Back in the US, the thing asked Jinwoo to give him a name, and we saw it was Hunter Huang, who was kneeling before Jinwoo. Jinwoo told him, How is greed? As you died being greedy. After that, he ordered him to put his head back on the ground. The next day, Jinwoo was making his way toward the International Guild Conference. He asked Michael why there were so many reporters, and Michael told Jinwoo probably because the reporters had already caught wind of his fight, that as he entered the building, he thought, I don't want to think about Huang anymore. I came to America just for one reason. As soon as my questions are answered, I'll have no business here anymore. And as he entered the room, everyone present inside turned their attention toward Jinwoo, and the chapter ends. Hope you like it. Subscribe for the next part. Welcome back to another episode of Solo Leveling. Please like the video and subscribe. In the previous episode, Jinwoo fought against a national level hunter, Thomas Andre, and the whole scavenger guild. He managed to beat them all, saving Jin-Ho in the process. Chapter 148 begins with Jinwoo entering the room where all the major guilds of the world are gathered. As he makes his way through the people in the room, they all talk about how he managed to beat down Thomas until he almost died. They also mention that Jinwoo played a significant role in the Tokyo Gate. After some time, the presentation begins and a scientist approaches the stage. He introduces himself as Dr. Belzer. He begins by saying, I'm sure you are all aware of the rise in the number of gates appearing around the world, but not many of you may know that unusual activity has been detected above the skies. He explains that it has been widely reported that the magical energy concentration absorbed into the atmosphere is becoming increasingly greater, but he wants to refer to this magical energy differently. He opens up a map on the screen behind him, referring to the activity as Magisphere. He tells the people that this Magisphere is currently gathered above the skies of several countries. They have observed this phenomenon in a total of 9 places so far, and out of all those places, the Magisphere is most concentrated in Seoul, South Korea. Hearing that, everyone starts to look toward Jinwoo, suspecting that he might be behind this. However, Dr. Belzer assures everyone that there is no need to look at Mr. Jinwoo as if he is hurting the Magisphere above the sky. If he were, he'd already be past the realm of hunters. Meanwhile, Jinwoo wonders if these 9 places are related to the number of sovereigns. The doctor continues, saying, We do not know its cause, and there's nothing we can do to deal with it at the moment. However, just because it is not possible to deal with it doesn't mean there isn't a need to. The world may be faced with a great change once again. After the presentation, director David Brennan approaches the stage. asking the doctor if the presentation has ended. He tells the doctor, "I'll take it from here." He stands in front of everyone, saying, "I have something urgent to announce to the hunters gathered here today." He begins by saying, "It is with a heavy heart that I deliver this news. Around 2 weeks ago, Hunter Christopher Reed was assassinated by a group of unidentified assailants." After hearing that, everyone is in disbelief. How could someone as powerful as Christopher Reed be assassinated? Who could be powerful enough to do so? The crowd begins to talk, with some speculating if it was the guy who fought Thomas yesterday. Jin-Woo shows no reaction to their gossip. Director David continues by saying, "The news of Christopher Reed's death will be officially released tomorrow. We suspect a man we are referring to as Suspect S is the perpetrator." Jin-Woo then sees his father's picture appear on the screen. The hunters comment on the man's appearance, noting that he resembles someone in the room. One man jokes, "All Asians look similar to us anyway, but no matter how I look at it, that man resembles Hunter Jinwoo." They sense Jinwoo's mana as he is furious after seeing his father's picture on the screen. Jinwoo thinks, "Dungeons are the territory of the rulers. Why did they send a monster in the form of my father? Does this have something to do with what Kamish said?" Director David explains that the man found in a gate in the US was determined to be a monster capable of speaking the human language. They had requested the aid of S-rank Hunter Huang, who spoke Korean, to lead the interrogation, but the suspect attacked Huang in the middle of the interrogation and destroyed the Hunters Association headquarters in a sea of flames. The culprit was powerful enough to defeat Hunter Huang, a key member of the Scavenger Guild, so they concluded that this strong, humanoid monster may have also targeted Hunter Christopher Reed. As Jinwoo looks at the pictures, he notices him speaking to Huang, warning him not to set foot in Korea. Greed confirmed this, and Jinwoo thinks, "There's no doubt about it. That man is my father." Director David tells everyone that they plan to request the aid of all guilds around the world to apprehend Suspect S, and ask them to contact the authorities immediately upon discovering him. One person asks the director if there is any proof that Suspect S is not human. The director explains that his magic emission matches that of a monster. Another person asks if Suspect S claimed to be a human who went missing in a dungeon, and if the hunter he described really existed. The director confirms this, saying, yes, he did. They then ask why the hunter's identity is not being revealed. The director replies that the hunter is connected to one of the people present in the room, so they've decided not to disclose that information. As the director is about to leave, another hand rises. It's China's 7-star hunter, Liu Zhiging, who says, wouldn't it be more helpful to reveal his identity in pursuit of his arrest? He directly asks, what's the monster's relation to Hunter Jinwoo? Hearing this, the director has no choice but to reveal the truth. He tells them, during the questioning, Suspect S revealed himself to be Hunter Jinwoo's father. Liu then turns to Jinwoo and asks, if Suspect S turns out to be your missing father and other hunters attempt to hunt him down, what will you do? Jinwoo replies, it's only right that hunters hunt down monsters. So if he is indeed a monster, I will take care of him myself. But if he is not a monster and truly my father, I will hunt down the hunters. I will protect my family, even if that means making an enemy of every single hunter in the world. Sometime later, we see Woo outside with Jinwoo. He asks Jinwoo, did you mean what you said back there? Jinwoo answers, yes. Woo tells him to say such a thing in front of 500 of the strongest hunters from over 120 different countries. There is probably only one other hunter in the world who would dare say something like that. Jinwoo asks who the other person is, and Woo replies, he's in the hospital right now. Woo then mentions a feast that the Hunters Association has organized and invites Jinwoo to dine with the other hunters. Jinwoo, however, is soon approached by Lim and some other people from his country. Lim says something to Jinwoo, but Jinwoo doesn't understand and asks Woo to translate. Woo tells Jinwoo that Lim said he caught a giant monster that Jinwoo let slip away on the coast of China. Lim goes on to say that the battle was more difficult than expected, especially since it took place on the water. He has been waiting to meet Jinwoo ever since, curious about the kind of hunter who can take down such strong monsters with ease that he reaches out to Jinwoo, saying he's happy Jinwoo put Hunter Thomas in his place and that he believes Thomas was in the wrong. Seeing this, Jinwoo thinks, "My first impression of him was that he's just a grumpy guy. Turns out he's a rather interesting person." As Lim leaves, Woo tells Jinwoo he said he's hoping that Suspect S isn't a member of your family. Woo reassures Jinwoo that Lim had no ill intent, and Jinwoo tells him it's alright. After that, Chief David comes to meet Jinwoo and asks if he has some time to spare. Fast forward, we see Jinwoo sitting with Miss Selner. She greets him, saying, "It's been a while," Hunter sung Jinwoo. While Jinwoo wonders, "Is the upgrader here? What does she want from me?" He tells her, "I never thought you'd come to see me again." She tells him, "I've been having the same dream every night recently of top-rank hunters being hunted down by someone." A few days later, these dreams become reality. He asks, "Do you mean Christopher Reed?" She tells him, "We warned Mr. Reed, but he wouldn't listen, and you know how that turned out." She continues, saying, "Powerful hunters who have been supporting our world will continue to die, and those hunting these hunters will not stop." Jinwoo asks her, "Are you here to warn me as well?" Miss Selner tells Jinwoo, "No, but I'm here to ask you to protect the hunters. I've been trying to remember the faces of those who were hunted in my dreams, but it was no use. So I've decided to try something else, to confirm their identities with my ability within the dreams. But once I came into contact with the endless power that lies within them, I was forced to wake up from my sleep." Trembling, she tells Jinwoo, "I still remember vividly the voice I heard when we locked eyes." Jinwoo asks, "What did it say?" Miss Selner tells him, "It told me to go back and prepare for war." Hearing that, Jinwoo thinks it's the battle between rulers and sovereigns that the King of Giants spoke of. He wonders which side are the ones who are killing the hunters. He asks Miss Selner, "What does this have to do with you asking me to protect the hunters?" She tells him, "I detected a similar power within you." She continues, "I detected a similar power within you." He thinks she probably saw the power of the Shadow Sovereign within me that day. Director David tells Jinwoo they are in existence beyond hunters, and we request the help of your immense power to stop them. We weren't completely convinced when we were told you were the only one who could protect them, but we changed our minds when we saw the battle between you and Hunter Andre yesterday." He tells Jinwoo that they are willing to offer anything he wants, even the greatest treasure that Kamish left behind, the runestone. He continues, saying, "There are hunters in this world who have received powerful blessings, and they have supported the world with these powers. If they disappear, this world will not be able to last." Hearing that, Jinwoo apologizes, saying, "I can't do what you ask of me." Director David is surprised and asks, "Is this because you still have a personal grudge against Hunter Thomas?" Jinwoo tells him, "That is not the reason. It's that I still do not know who I need to be fighting against yet." After the talk, he stands up and starts to leave. As he was going, Agent White thought about what he said in the conference room. "I will protect my family, even if that means I'll make an enemy of every single hunter in the world." But as he was walking, Jinwoo stops, turning towards Agent White, and asks him, "Could you give me the list of hunters you want me to protect? I'd appreciate it if you could provide an opportunity for me to meet those hunters as well." Hearing that, with a smile on his face, White tells him, "Of course." Fast forward, it's the last day of the International Guild Conference, the Night of the Hunters. We see Jinwoo along with Jinho, who has completely recovered. Jinwoo asks him how he is feeling, and Jinho tells him, "Good as new." As they were talking, some people were commenting about Jinwoo, saying, "He's right in front of us, and yet I can't feel his presence at all. He's on a different level." Turning their attention towards Jinho, they say, "That's the person who fought Thomas Andre to save him." A man approaches Jinwoo, introducing himself as the CEO of a global corporation specializing in dealing with monster remains. He tells him that he wants to purchase all the giant monsters that Jinwoo hunted in Japan and asks if he has a moment to spare. Jinwoo tells him, "I'm mainly in charge of the raids, and my vice chairman here is in charge of all business-related matters." After that, he leaves Jinho with the CEO, thinking he's really a proper vice chairman now. As he was thinking this, Agent White arrives with a list of hunters that need protection. Just like Jinwoo requested that he tells Jinwoo, we have ranked the hunters based on their contributions and activity. Jinwoo asks White, where do I rank on this list? White tells him, if they take into account the giants you took out, probably third or fourth. Looking at the list, Jinwoo thinks this is such a drag. I should just put a shadow soldier on each of them instead of memorizing all their names. Thinking this is a really optimal environment to place shadow soldiers on people that will allow him to contact the rulers through these hunters. He can tell who's a friend, who's a foe, and who he'll need to fight. As he was thinking this, he senses something, and Woo also tells him to be careful. Jinwoo tells him, you don't have to worry about that. It was Thomas who was coming straight toward him. Thomas says, I wanted to ask you one thing. Showing him his arm, he tells Jinwoo, because the damage it took from magic power was too great, the healer's healing magic isn't working on it. Even the doctor said the same thing. Though it is slowly recovering, it's still far from being completely healed. He asks, you could have single-handedly wiped out my entire guild after dealing with me. But even amidst all the commotion, not a single guild member died, excluding Huang, who was the cause of the commotion. Why did you let us live? Jinwoo tells him, because you did not commit a sin that deserves death. Hearing that, Thomas starts to walk away, saying, I plan to have a great funeral for Mr. Huang. He has committed a sin that deserves death, but please let him have a funeral. Raising his hand, he tells Jinwoo, after my arm heals, I'd like to have a meal with you. If you give my manager your contact information, I'll contact you later. Laura tells Jinwoo, my master just showed his gratitude towards you for not harming his guild members. She tells him, no matter how he looks, he's actually a shy person. She asks for his contact info, so they can contact him in the future, as Thomas wants to give him a gift of gratitude and asks if there is anything he wants. But Jinwoo tells her, there's no need to do that. Laura tells Jinwoo, Thomas is very competitive, so he becomes uneasy when he feels he owes someone a favor. Anything will do. So could you please tell me something? Jinwoo thinks for a minute and tells her, maybe a useful dagger. After she leaves, Agent White tells Jinwoo, shall we meet and greet the hunters that are on the list? He adds, I will be your guide. Jinwoo tells him, there is no need for you to do that. He asks, is there a person missing from the list? I don't see the rank 6 hunter. White tells him, we lost contact with him a couple of days before the conference. The secret agency and the Brazilian government both have yet to find his whereabouts. Hearing that, Jinwoo wonders if the hunter has already been caught by the killers and thinks. That leaves 7 people on the list. Back in Korea, Chairman Go-gun, he is sitting in his office, feeling his heart. He thinks it's quite strange. My heart refuses to stop shaking these days. Seeing his hand that was shaking, he thinks it has been this way for a couple of years now, but I can feel it's getting worse recently. He wonders if this is his limit. He remembers what the doctors told him, that he could lose his life within half a year if he keeps up with this work. But since then, 2 years have passed, and he has reached where he is now. He thinks, I can't do much since it seems this is my limit. I should rather be thankful I held out for this long, that as he was thinking, he receives a call. He picks it up, and it was his wife, who was asking if he was all right. After the call, he says, she's such a worrywart. I was just about to go back, but all of a sudden, he senses a presence in the room and sits back up. As he looks to the side, he sees Sillid, the monarch of Frost. Looking at him, the chairman thinks, I wonder if I could have a proper conversation with him, as I wasn't able to sense him when he arrived. Sensing his mana, he thinks, he's not someone I can take on alone. Sillid tells him, this place has already been isolated from the outside world. The chairman wonders if he was dreaming right now. Sillid attacks him with a piece of ice, saying, if this was a dream, do you think you could feel that? Seeing this, the chairman says, I will ask you once more. Who are you? Sillid, getting up, says, I was hoping you would recognize me without me having to tell you, but it looks like you are a mere human after all. Hearing that, the chairman wonders what he was talking about. Scylla lets out a mana wave, saying, I don't have an interest in playing around with weaklings. Reveal yourself, fragment of luminosity. Perhaps you are worried that your medium will break if you do, but it's bound to break sooner or later, no matter what you do. And if you're really worried about something like that, then this conversation is pointless. He shoots an ice ball towards the chairman, directly hitting him. With a smirk on his face, Scylla says, we meet at last. As he sees two glowing eyes in the dust staring at him, he throws another attack towards the chairman, but it is easily deflected. As the dust clears, we see the chairman standing unharmed, even after being hit directly by one of Scylla's attacks. Scylla calls him the most brilliant fragment of luminosity. The chairman tells Scylla, you isolated my office from the outside world and trapped it in a dimensional crack. That's not so bad. Hearing that, Scylla tells him, I've been looking for you for a long time. To think you were struggling to use your true power while trapped inside a broken medium. We have already found the location of all 7 of your fragments, and we've broken 2 of them. All I wanted was to see the embarrassment on your prideful face before I killed you. Now that I've seen it, I can destroy you without any regrets. The chairman, furious, tells him, try it if you can, Monarch of the Frost. Hearing that, Scylla says, so you're choosing to fight? How foolish. You, who are merely borrowing the body of a human, versus me, who has completely conquered one. Do you really think you can land even a single hit on me? Scylla prepares to fight, covering the room with ice and attacking the chairman. But the chairman simply headbutts the ice, shattering it, leaps towards Scylla, and throws a punch. However, Scylla is too fast, managing to dodge and counterattacking by manifesting ice, almost piercing through the chairman's head. Seeing an opening, the chairman throws a punch at Scylla's face, and in the nick of time, Scylla freezes the chairman's entire arm, stopping the punch. The chairman, using his strength, breaks through the ice and reaches to grab Scylla. As the fight continues, the chairman's body starts to give out. He thinks, I need to finish this while I can still move, and throws a powerful punch towards Scylla, planning to end the fight. But as the punch is about to connect, Scylla manifests an ice shield in front of him and is knocked back from the force of the punch. The chairman falls to his knee as his body gives out, thinking, is this my limit? Seeing him like this, Scylla comments, it seems you've reached the limit of your medium. How pitiful, fragment of luminosity. Before the chairman could react, Scylla, using his superhuman speed, approaches and pierces the chairman's chest with an ice sword. Smirking, he asks, how much time do you think it will take for you to find a new medium? I wonder 1 year? Maybe 2 years? Unfortunately for you, our forces have already gathered. This world will be destroyed before you return. Your mistake was trying to protect this world. Did you really think you could defeat me without your guards? To his shock, the chairman starts to smile and tells him, do you really think I fought against you for no reason? Just like we weren't able to predict that you would follow our footsteps, there was something important you missed as well. Scylla asks him what he's talking about. Gathering his remaining energy, the chairman throws a fireball at Scylla, but Scylla dodges, and the attack lands on the wall behind him. Seeing this, Scylla says, you almost had me. Is this what that important thing was? The chairman replies, yes, this is exactly what I was talking about. As Scylla turns towards the wall, he sees a crack in the barrier. The barrier breaks. Just for this, you risked everything? I doubt anything would change, even if this were to work. The chairman gives a signal, and a shadow soldier that Jinwoo had left with him emerges, managing to reach the real world. Seeing the creature, Scylla asks, what can one single resident of the abyss do against us? Before he can complete his sentence, he notices something about the soldier and realizes he needs to take out the creature immediately. He rushes after the ant, but it has already escaped the dimension and reached Earth. Scylla brings out his weapon and prepares to kill the creature. He manages to strike it, but his expression changes after seeing something. It was Jin-Woo, who had stopped his attack using nothing but his bare hands. Jinwoo grabs Scylla by the neck and asks, Who the hell are you? Calling him an I-self. Silid, calling Jinwoo the monarch of shadows, says, the number of soldiers I can feel from your shadows. Why didn't you come into contact with us? Even after gathering such a significant number of troops, you must be the thing I was missing, the one he told me about. He starts to freeze Jinwoo's arm. While being frozen, Jinwoo thinks if this monster is magic using. Summoning his dagger, he shatters the ice with no effort. Looking down at the creature, Silid tells him, why don't we stop here for today? I'm not here to fight with our lives on the line. Jinwoo asks him what he's talking about. Pointing towards the chairman's office, Silid says, didn't you come here to save that human? Jinwoo thinks, now that I think about it, this ant is the one I put on the chairman. Horrified, he sees the chairman's condition. Manifesting an ice sword, Silid tells Jinwoo to choose. Will you fight against me or save him? He throws the weapon towards the chairman. Jinwoo uses his ruler authority to grab the weapon, but a notification opens up instead, saying the opponent's magic is resisting the authority of the ruler. Panicking, Jinwoo throws his dagger towards the projectile, but it dodges the dagger on its own and heads toward the chairman. Jinwoo has no choice. He chooses to save the chairman and stops the attack, deflecting it back out of the building. As he looks at Silid, he sees that Silid has already opened a portal and is leaving. Jinwoo uses his dagger rush, summoning all his daggers and attacking Silid. One of the weapons manages to hit Silid on the shoulder. Silid says, you're but a mere vessel, and you dare to put a scratch on me? He starts to leave, saying, I, Monarch of the Frost, will retreat for now. Wait until next time. For now, think of a nearly dead human as a gift for your shadow army. After he leaves, Jinwoo turns towards the chairman, thinking, I couldn't sense anything, even when things got to this state because of that barrier. Seeing the chairman's condition, Jinwoo thinks, it's not something I could heal using a healing potion, and calls for Baru. Hearing his call, Baru, with lightning-fast speed, arrives at the location. Jinwoo asks him to use his healing ability to save the chairman at all costs. Baru starts to heal him, but after a while, he tells Jinwoo, my healing didn't work on him. Jinwoo brings out the holy water of life as a last resort, thinking this might heal his injuries. But the chairman, in his final moments, stops him, saying, please don't. He thanks Jinwoo for coming to save him. Jinwoo tells him to wait a bit longer as he will send him to a hospital. The chairman tells him, it's no use. Nothing can be done after taking damage from those kinds of attacks. He tells Jinwoo that he is relieved that Jinwoo was there to fight against the monsters and thankful that Jinwoo possesses such power. He tells Jinwoo that someday he will encounter a moment where he will have to choose a side and requests him to please remain on the side of the humans. He tells Jinwoo that he always wanted to fight alongside young hunters like him, saying he does not regret anything since he can leave things in the hands of youngsters like Jinwoo. He drifts away. He tells Jinwoo, the reason my heart didn't stop beating until now was to meet you. It was all to meet you. He closes his eyes, saying, what a relief. Thank you very much. Fast forward. The news that Brazil's hunter, Jonas, was found dead in a nearby river, and that the Korean Hunter Association's chairman was brutally murdered after being stabbed in his heart, is making headlines around the world. The whole world is in a state of panic. Mainstream media around the world is focused on the deaths of the hunters. The U.S. Hunter Association even issued a joint statement about this event. Humans are protected by the hunters, but who will protect the hunters? The death of world-class hunters worldwide is a threat on a different level that we see Jinwoo attending the chairman's funeral. He turns his attention toward Woo, asking if he is all right. Woo, completely broken after the chairman's death, apologizes to Jinwoo, saying, I haven't been myself lately. He then asks Jinwoo, the monster that killed the chairman, was it impossible to kill, even with your power? Jinwoo tells him that by the time he had arrived, it was already too late. Woo says, it still doesn't feel real. Just yesterday, he told me that he wanted to hear about my stay in the US. He urged me to hurry back to the country, and now he's gone. He thanks Jinwoo for trying to save the chairman in his last moments. But Jinwoo, enraged, replies, "No, I will kill it. I swear upon my life that I will kill the monster who killed the chairman, and then I will accept your thanks." He then asks Woo if he can call the reporters. Fast forward, we see Jinwoo in a press conference, wanting to address the current danger to the world. He says a monster colony with very high intelligence is targeting world-class hunters. They are far stronger than many hunters out there, and they do not care about weapons or ways to murder. These monsters specialize in blocking open spaces with magic and isolating their prey. So, those hunters who believe they could be a target of these monsters should stay around comrades who are willing to protect them. He recalls the creature, who called himself the Monarch of Frost when teleporting away, and how it was impossible to win against such beings, even for the strongest hunters. Jinwoo instructs the viewers, "If you do not possess such comrades, contact me through the Korean Hunters Association." The scene shifts to a cave where all the monarchs are gathered, discussing their next move. Silid tells the monarchs, the shadow monarch is on the surface of the earth. Yogimont, the king of demonic specters, asks, "Didn't you say there was no vessel that could fully contain his true powers? Isn't that the reason the Dragon King can't remain on the surface of the earth?" Silid replies, "He's more of a threat than the fragment of brilliant light," and he tells the rest of the monarchs that he will take care of Jinwoo. He asks if they are willing to help. Hearing this, Tarnak, the king of monstrous humanoids and the monarch of the Iron Body, tells Silid, by picking a fight against him, "You're only looking for suicide. Your opponent is one of the strongest of the 9 monarchs." He suggests they wait for the monarch of destruction, the Dragon King, to return. Silid counters, "Currently, we might be on the run, but we are the monarchs, and you say we should wait for the Dragon King? The only chance we have to defeat the Shadow Monarch is now, while he is still in human form." He asks them to help him, promising to take responsibility and return Jinwoo to nothingness. Tarnak says, "Count me out of this," and Yogimon adds, "I don't want to become like the monarch of White Flames either." Rakan, the king of beasts and the monarch of fangs, agrees to help Silid. Hearing this, Tarnak reminds him of what happened to the monarch of White Flames after he was defeated, saying, "I don't want to be caught by the Shadow Monarch's authority and suffer through an eternal slumber." Rakan replies, "He can't turn us into shadow soldiers in our original form." Tarnak informs him, the Shadow Monarch and the Administrator are working together, so he might be able to turn us into shadow soldiers now. Tarnak and Yogimont begin to leave, saying, "I do not want to turn into a tool in his world." After they leave, Rakan asks Silid for proof that Jinwoo is still human. Silid shows him the dagger he used to attack, saying, "I applied poison onto my dagger. It's not something the Shadow Monarch would do." Hearing this, Quaratia, the Queen of Insects and the Monarch of Plagues, shows interest and says, if the Shadow Monarch could fully control his human body, he wouldn't have had to resort to such trickery. Silid asks her if she would join him, and Quaratia replies, "I will help you." Hearing this, Rakan says, "We will kill the Shadow Monarch together." Meanwhile, Jinwoo stands on top of a building, trying to locate Silid. He thinks, "I cannot sense his magic power." He remembers their fight and thinks he didn't have a shadow with him, and he said he was in his original form. Jinwoo recalls what the monarch of the giants told him, that the monarchs and rulers are all in their original forms and cannot become shadow soldiers. Back at the Hunters Association, Woo and the rest of the Hunter Association officials are in a meeting to select a new chairman. They discuss how the position has been empty for about a week. They note that the fact that an S-rank hunter was the chairman of the association had many symbolic meanings. And now that the association overseeing 5 great guilds has lost such a figure, they wonder who will be able to control the guilds now. They mention that even though high-rank hunters are very influential, extra caution is needed in bringing in outsiders. After a long discussion, all of the directors decide to choose Hunter Woo as the new president of the association. Woo, taken by surprise, asks why they are choosing him. The directors tell him that Wu had most closely assisted the president and gained the most skill. He is also very capable in terms of leadership and has the ability to call hunters into action. They explain, there is no law that only an S-rank hunter can take the place of president. We need a president who casts influence among hunters and a presence hunters fear. Wu, you are the perfect candidate. On top of that, you possess the ability to move around the great forces of Korea. They tell him they cannot force their decision on him, but ask if he would carefully consider accepting their proposal. Back in the US, at the Scavenger Guild headquarters, Thomas, along with Laura, is going down an elevator. Thomas tells Laura, "It's been a while since I last came to the underground." As they make their way through the facility, Laura asks Thomas if he is really planning on giving that away as a gift. Thomas asks, "Do you think it's not worth the lives of me and the guild members?" She replies, "That's not the reason." Thomas asks, "Do you think I lack the skills as a hunter to use this?" As they stand in front of it, Thomas comments, "As awesome as always." Laura tells him, "There are only 2 of them in the entire world, and I am sure that number will stay consistent throughout the future." Thomas tells her she is right, and Laura asks, "Are you still going to give it to him?" Thomas replies, "That's the reason I'm going to give it to him." He adds, "Don't you think it's a waste that the best of all weapons is just rotting here, gathering dust?"
And the end of the video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe.
Back in Korea, Jinha is watching the news that Hunter Woo Jin-Chul has been promoted to chairman of the Hunters Association. Seeing this, she says, "They say the chairman was murdered, and now a handsome man has become the next chairman. This country is unstable, and so is the rest of the world." She looks at her mother, who is washing dishes, and hugs her from behind. Her mother says, "If you don't have anything better to do, could you please take out the trash?" Jinna replies, "I'm too lazy to do that." She tells her mother, "We should move to a new place." Her mother says, "I like this house." Jinna asks, "What is it that you like about this old apartment?" Changing the subject, her mother asks her to retrieve the clothes from the washer. As Jinha opens the door, she is shocked and starts to run, calling for her mother. Meanwhile, outside the Ajin Guild headquarters, reporters have gathered after hearing the news that Thomas Andre is inside the building. Jinho is trying to control his emotions, unsure what to do as both Thomas and Leonard Nierman, the strongest hunter in Germany, are present in the office. He thinks 2 hours have already passed since they arrived. "Where are you, Jinwoo? Please pick up my calls." Meanwhile, Leonard is worried, thinking, Thomas Andre, the Goliath, is searching for Jinwoo. Will I be able to meet him today? Thomas asks Jinho something, and Laura translates. Is Mr. Jinwoo in the middle of a raid? It seems like he doesn't come to the office regularly. Jinho, with a shaky voice, replies, "Yes." As they are talking, Jinwoo enters the office. Everyone is happy to see him. Jinwoo notices Thomas sitting in the office and thinks, "I saw a mob of reporters outside the building. I guess Thomas really is here." Jinho, almost in tears, asks Jinwoo where he was and why he wasn't picking up his calls. Looking at his clothes, he wonders what Jinwoo was doing. Jinwoo replies, "There have been a lot of gate outbreaks recently. I can't be lazy around at a time like this." Thomas approaches Jinwoo, saying, "Long time no see." Jinho, observing, wonders, "Are these 2 going to fight inside the guild office?" Jinwoo asks Thomas, "What brought you all the way to Korea?" Thomas tells him, "I promised you that we would grab a meal together once my arm fully heals." He tells Jinwoo that he also brought a fantastic gift for him that piqued Jinwoo's interest, and Thomas says, "I'm happy to see Mr. Jinwoo looking forward to it," and asks if they should move to a more comfortable place, as the gift is a bit too dangerous to hand over in a place like this. Hearing that, Jinwoo thinks, "Did he bring me a bomb?" While Jinho was thinking it's suspicious. It could be a trap. Jinwoo asks the second man about his identity, and the man introduces himself as Leonard Nierman from Germany. Hearing that, Jinwoo thinks he must be here to ask for a protection commission. Before he can say anything, Thomas cuts into their talk, saying, "Shall we get going?" Neerman prepares to go with them, and Thomas asks him, "Who are you to follow us?" He tells Thomas, "I've already waited more than 2 hours for Hunter Jin-Woo. I think I deserve a spot in this meeting." Thomas gets angry and tells him, "What we are about to talk about is top secret. It's not something someone like you can barge into." As they start to leave, Neerman thinks, "I've never been treated like this before." After some time, we see both of them sitting in a restaurant, enjoying a meal. Thomas signals to his men, saying, "You don't know how long I've been waiting for this moment," as he puts a case on the table. Jinwoo asks, "What is that?" And Thomas asks him if he can feel the item's power. He starts to open up the case, saying, "This is me showing my gratitude for my guild members." And Jinwoo is at a loss for words after seeing the daggers. He asks if this was from the Kamish raid. Jinwoo asks, "Isn't Kamish's corpse currently being kept by the Hunters Bureau?" Thomas tells him, "Back then, they decided to listen to what the US government told them, considering compliance could get us something more valuable than money. But Kamish's largest and sharpest tooth, the canine tooth, I had pulled out when he bit me. It was something I was allowed to keep as a souvenir. But the tooth was too short for it to be made into a sword, so I turned it into a dagger instead. Who knew that would come in useful?" He tells Jinwoo this was his gift. Looking at the dagger's stats, Jinwoo is amazed that its attack power is 1500. Compared to the Demon King's dagger, his strongest weapon, it was on a whole other league, as the Demon Dagger's attack power was only 220. He starts to swing the weapon to get a feel for it, and Thomas tells him, "Even if I strengthen my defenses with my enhancement skills, they could still easily penetrate right through them." Looking at the weapon, Jinwoo thinks, "It definitely feels different than normal daggers, as it is reacting greatly to my magic power, almost as if it's greeting me." Everyone in the room is sweating just by sensing the mana being emitted by the weapon. Thomas asks Laura if she still thinks that the choice he made was a mistake. He asks Jinwoo if he liked the present, and Jinwoo asks if he can really take this for free. Thomas tells him, "What I mean by free is that I'm pretty sure this exchange is to my advantage. As compared to the lives of me and my guild mates, what I'm giving you is dirt cheap." As they were talking, both of them felt an overwhelming mana. Thomas asked Jinwoo if he also felt that. They exited the building, and looking at something, Jinwoo thought, could that be the true form of the magical energy that the doctor mentioned in his presentation? Thomas tells Jinwoo, "I can't believe my eyes. It's the first time I've seen one this big," adding, "It's far bigger than the one Kamish jumped out of," saying maybe the world is trying to tell us that it has jumped out of our boundaries of common sense. The story shifts to the US, where Dr. Belzer is being questioned by some officials about the appearance of the gate in the skies of Korea. He tells the people present in the room, "I have been warning about the enormous amount of magical power that was gathering in the skies since a few days ago. The gate that appeared in the skies of Seoul is just the beginning, and they can expect to see more gates like this one appearing in the skies of many different countries." They ask his opinion on the matter, as he has been researching the gates and magical beasts for a very long time, and the doctor tells them to pray that this happening won't end as a tragedy. Back in Korea, Jinwoo is on top of Kaisel in the air, thinking, "I can't enter the gate. It almost feels as if I'm blocked off by a wall. If it was a normal wall, I could have broken it down, but to think this is a wall that not even the awakened can pass through, and wonders if the being inside this gate is different than those that he has seen up until now. Looking down, he thinks, my friends and family are under this gate, and I don't intend to let them pass by me so easily." As he was thinking, he received a call from Chairman Woo. Jinwoo asks if he looked into the request he made. Chairman tells him they did, and he had requested the Hunters Bureau to scan the entire area with a satellite. Chairman tells Jinwoo that no new gates appeared anywhere else in the world after the appearance of this massive gate. Woo tells Jinwoo that they were planning to evacuate the civilians who live near the gate and asks Jinwoo what he is planning to do. Fast forward to the next day. Jinwoo, along with Baru, was sparring in the Hunter Association gymnasium. Baru was on the offensive, but was unable to land a single blow on Jinwoo, as Jinwoo had grown much stronger than the last time they fought. As Baru was striking Jinwoo, he easily stopped his attack with his hand and asked him if he was really trying his hardest. He lets go of his hand, and Baru tells him, "I would never dare to do that." Hearing that, Jinwoo tells him, "It's all right, as I just wanted to break his sweat a little bit," telling him he was the only one who could make him do so. After the talk, Jinwoo tells Baru, "Let's start," and Baru prepares to attack. He leaps toward Jinwoo, but Jinwoo easily dodges the attack. He attacks Jinwoo, and blocking it, Jinwoo tells Baru, "You become stronger after being promoted to the rank of commander." As they continue, Jinwoo tells him, "Did you know that there can only be one commander in an army? And when Igris and Greed reach the general rank, it'll take no time for them to reach the commander rank. If you don't want to get your position taken by one of them, keep up the good work." That motivates Baru, and he starts to go all out against Jinwoo. As they fight, Jinwoo thinks it's still not enough. Even though Baru is the strongest unit in my shadow army, he is still not strong enough to fight against those guys. As Baru was about to land a blow, Jinwoo grabs his arm and buries it in the ground. Baru, stuck, is unable to move, and Jinwoo delivers a bone-crushing punch to his ribs, launching him into a wall. After recovering, Baru tells Jinwoo, "I am continuously amazed by my king's mighty strength." Hearing that, Jinwoo says, "I think I need to start blocking historical drama channels so you can't watch more." Jinwoo thinks, now that the test is over, I should start cleaning this place up. He calls the chairman, telling him to hear him out without getting upset. He tells him, "I have around 300 ants that are great at doing labor work." The scene shifts to Thomas and Laura. As she was asking him if they were leaving for the US, Thomas tells her, "How could I leave behind something so big and beautiful?" Laura tells him, "It's big, but I don't know about beautiful." Thomas explains that everything that makes the heart flutter is defined as beautiful. The fire-breathing dragon, the enormous gate, Hunter Jinwoo's strength, they are all beautiful things. He tells her there is no gate back in the US anyway, so what's the point of going back? She tells him the Hunter's Bureau is worried. He tells her, "What a joke. There is no place safer than Hunter Jinwoo. Besides, if we don't stop it here, there will be nothing beyond. That's why I want to know whether this will become the last moment in human history or the new beginning." Fast forward to the next day. We see the people evacuating the area where the gate had appeared. Back in Jinwoo's home, we see Jaina asking her mother why they were not evacuating like everyone else. Her mother tells her, "If this place is going to turn into a battlefield, wouldn't it be better for us to choose where we want to die? Plus, our house isn't even within the evacuation zone." Hearing that, Jaina gets angry, saying, "I'll be a college student starting next year. I could drink whenever I want and enjoy college life while living alone. My life is just starting, so there is no way I'd want to die like this." Her mother tells her, "Jinwoo will protect us, just like how your father protected us." The scene shifts back to Jinwoo, who was sitting on top of a building looking at the gate, thinking, "Can I successfully close it without there being any casualties?" He brings out his phone, thinking, "Who would I be spending my final moments with?" The story shifts to Hunter Cha, who was practicing in a dojo. Her master tells her, "I have been sensing hesitation from Miss Cha's sword recently. I'm worried that there is a fear building up inside you." As he was talking, Cha noticed her phone ringing. She goes to pick it up, and the master tells her, "I think I'm speaking too much here. A hunter needs to pick up their calls." After hearing what the other person on the call told her, she tells the master, "Something has come up suddenly, so I think I need to get going now." After she leaves, the master stands there smiling, thinking, "So that's how it is." Fast forward, we see Jinwoo and Hunter Cha walking in an amusement park as the people around them were excited to see them both together. Jinwoo comments, "There are more people than I thought there would be considering the current situation." Cha asks him if he likes places like these. He tells her, "I don't especially like it, but I wanted to come at least once." Hearing that, Cha asks, "Why did you bring me to a place you've wanted to come at least once?" Jinwoo replies, "Because you're the only friend I have." Hearing that, Cha wonders what he was talking about, and Jinwoo reminds her of the double dungeon, how she told the architect that they were friends. She asks him if he was listening, and Jinwoo tells her, I have a really good hearing. She thinks, now that I think about it, 2 years have already passed since I've become a hunter, going out with such a light heart. How long has it been since that has happened? Looking at Jinwoo, she thinks, something feels different whenever I'm with this person. I can sense a unique fragrance. While Jinwoo was asking her if she wants to try everything in the park and smiling, she tells him, yes, I want to try everything. Seeing her like this, Jinwoo thinks, I'm not the only one who wanted to come to this kind of place. But as they started to ride the rides in the park, nothing seemed fun. Even the fake monsters were afraid of them. After a while, they sat down to eat something, and Jinwoo asks Cha if she wasn't having fun. She tells him, it's fun. Jinwoo asks her, why didn't you scream even once? Thinking the rides are too slow for an S-rank hunter, he asks her, weren't the rides a little slow? And Cha agrees. He tells her, why don't we go ride something actually fun? We see Kaizel going through the clouds with Jinwoo and Cha on top. Jinwoo asks, how is it? Cha tells him, it's fast, high, and also beautiful. She asks, why did you go to an amusement park when you had something like this? Jinwoo tells her, that amusement park was built on the gate my father disappeared in, so I've always wanted to go there at least once, saying I wanted to properly say goodbye. Cha thanks him, saying, you did nothing but show generosity to me. Jinwoo tells her, I still have something I want to show you. Fast forward, both of them were sitting under the sky, looking at the stars as a shooting star streaked across the sky. Fast forward to the next day, a hunter was walking, thinking that monster of a gate will open in a few days. I'm a B rank now. I can't be letting my guard down. As he was walking, he bumps into someone and asks the person to stop. It was Rockin', and the man, not knowing who he was standing in front of, starts to shout. The people around them, thinking a fight was going on, start to gather around them. The man asks Rockin' to apologize for bumping into him, saying, I'm a B rank now, a relatively high rank hunter. As he was screaming, Rockin' opened his mouth and swallowed the man's head, biting it off. Seeing this, the hunters in the area were horrified. Rockin' lets out a mana wave, destroying everything around him and throwing all the hunters in the air. He tells the hunters, listen closely. As of now, I will start hunting you. My teeth and nails will rip apart your weak skin and flesh. Saying, I'm the king of the beast monarch. Stop me if you dare. Back in the forest, Hunter Cha was drinking water from a lake as Jinwoo approaches her, saying, I know a hotel around this area that serves really good breakfast, and asks if she wants to go there to wash up and have a meal. He summons Kaizel, saying, let's go. Meanwhile, back in the Hunter Association, a person was informing Chairman Woo that there is a monster outside who is attacking all the hunters present in the area. Woo asks about the casualties, and the man tells him, we are unable to confirm the exact number as of now. Hearing that, Woo thinks, there should be at least a couple of hours until the dungeon break. I've already got my hands full with the gate, and some monster decided to show up. Woo asks about Jinwoo, and the man tells him, we could not get a hold of him. After some time, a man informs Woo that a hunter who is able to face the monster has appeared. Woo asks if it was Jinwoo. The man tells him, no, but he said he is a world-class hunter who just happened to be around the area. It was Leonard. As he stands in front of the monster, he thinks, if he can really do this, and wonders, perhaps the reason I stayed in Seoul was because I was fated to defeat that monster. As he was thinking, Thomas grabbed him by his head and pushed him back, saying, you'll only get in my way. Back at the restaurant, Jinwoo was enjoying a meal with Hunter Cha as he receives a call from Woo, who was asking him where he has been, as they were not able to get a hold of him until now. Jinwoo tells him, I was outside the service zone until now. He informs Jinwoo about the situation in the city, as a monster is running rampant in the middle of Seoul. Jinwoo asks how many enemies there are, and Woo tells him, there is only one. Hearing that, Jinwoo thinks, every hunter is gathered in Seoul right now. They should be on their edge in order to stop the dungeon break of the gigantic gate, and they're getting destroyed by a single magical beast that appeared out of nowhere. Woo tells him, An entire guild that came across him was annihilated in an instant, and informs him that Thomas Andre is currently standing off against that beast. Jinwoo thinks it was impossible, as he placed his shadow soldier on Thomas and the hunters, instructing them to report back if even something ordinary happens. As he tries to communicate with the shadows, he notices the signal with the soldiers and soul is strangely faint. It's like if something is purposely making the signal weaker and wonders what was going on. He tells Hunter Cha that there is a problem in Korea right now. She asks if the dungeon break occurred, and Jinwoo tells her it's something else. He asks the chairman if the monster has a shadow. Meanwhile, Thomas instructs all the hunters to start rescuing the citizens. Looking at Rockin, he says, "A beast has gone rampant without knowing their place, and it's only right for a mad beast to be beaten to death." Both of them were emitting immense amounts of mana as the fight starts. Rockin attacks Thomas, but it had no effect on him, and Thomas throws a punch on Rockin's face, knocking him back. He tries to land another punch, but Rockin dodges and is about to strike Thomas, but gets slammed to the ground instead. Hunter Choi had also arrived at the location and was asking how the situation was there. A hunter tells him they're still evacuating the people. He tells Choi that the Fiend Guild and the White Tiger Guild were both dispatched. Sensing the creature's mana, Choi thinks Thomas is fighting off against the mysterious magic beast, but this massive presence feels even worse than the one I felt during the Jeju Island raid, and wonders what kind of a monster the Goliath is fighting against. Back in the fight, Rockin was seen flying through the air and smashed into a building, and Thomas was standing there after delivering the punch. But that wasn't enough to keep Rockin down, and he jumps back towards Thomas, hitting him in his chest. The attack was powerful, but Thomas managed to stop it. Grabbing Rockin, he picks him up and slams him to the ground, thinking it was over, but Rockin kicks him in the face, launching him in the air. As Thomas lands on his feet, he prepares to use reinforcement. The scene shifts to the White Tigers Guild, who had arrived at the location. Hunter Beck instructs his members to be ready for anything, and as he was saying that, something flies by him, crashing into a building. As the dust settles, he sees it's the magic beast that has been reported to have appeared on the site. He turns towards Thomas, who had completely transformed. Thomas tells them to hurry and take cover. Looking at Rockin, Beck thinks it's definitely not a normal monster and thinks he should transform as well. But before he could do anything, he sees Rockin standing in front of him, and feeling its power, Beck is frozen in place. He thinks about the sixth sense of the animal that was telling him not to be recognized as prey. As Rockin walks by him, he thinks, "I can't even make eye contact." Rockin, using his ability, lifts all of the cars around him in the air and throws them at Thomas. But he starts to feel something. It was Thomas who was pulling him towards himself. As Rockin gets close, he smashes him into the ground and continues to punch him while thinking, "What is this feeling? The feeling of uneasiness is closing in on me. It doesn't feel like I'm going to win." As he was thinking, Rockin grabs his fist and starts to get back up, saying to think a mere puppet of a fragment could be this powerful. He tells Thomas he has seen enough of his petty tricks. He asks Thomas if he was afraid and starts to attack him while all the hunters were watching the scene in horror. As he was doing that, Rockin notices something. He reaches out for Thomas's shadow as he had noticed Jinwoo's soldier. He pulls the ant out, saying, "What are you doing hiding in the shadows?" and smashes it, saying, "You're in the way." He grabs Thomas by his neck, saying, "Shall we continue? Since you seem to be confident in your strength, why don't we have a little battle of strength?" As the armor breaks, Rockin is stunned to see that it was empty. Thomas grabs him from the back, saying, "Who do you think you are, blabbering on so arrogantly?" and breaks his neck. But he is shocked when Rockin recovers completely from that. He grabs Thomas by his face and slams him to the ground, saying, "I'm sorry to tell you this, but I'm starting to feel hungry again." But before he could do anything, he gets hit by a mana attack. As he recovers, he sees it was Leonard who was telling him, "I won't let you do as you please." Looking at Rockin, he thinks he's getting chills just by standing in front of him. Thomas, from the back, tells him to run or he will die. Leonard tells him he is well aware of that, but I'm still a hunter after all. Thinking, I have no regret. Even if this will be my final moment in life, I will make this choice many times over. A proud death rather than a meaningless life. He looks at Rakin, telling himself he made the right choice over and over again. But as he sees him coming towards him, his expression changes and he says, I made the wrong choice. As he thought he was going to die, another beast came from the back, attacking Rakin. It was Kaisel, and as he disappears, Rakin notices something in the air. It was Jin-Woo, who kicks him straight on his head, burying him in the ground. He instructs Leonard to take Thomas to a safe place while Rakin starts to get back up from the rubble, saying, It's true, I can smell the shadow guy from that human. Looking at him, Jinwoo thinks his killing intent is quite intense. And on top of that, he isn't the only one. Behind Jinwoo, Horatio starts to appear, saying, I'm guessing that means I can eat that human's body. I was always curious about what another monarch would taste like. Jinwoo sees that Scylla is also there, and they surround Jinwoo as a notification tells him that the monarchs recognize him as an enemy. As all four of them are prepared to fight, their mana is seen from a distance, and Jinwoo summons all his soldiers to attack the enemy. As the soldiers charge towards the monarchs, Scylla uses his breath to freeze all of them in place. He tells Jinwoo, Your soldiers cannot move a single step within this prison. Horatio tells Jinwoo, You should have left my children alone. At least it's been a while since I've seen them, after all. Looking at the soldiers, Scylla comments, To think he was trying to use this kind of soldiers to get in our way. This is an act of belittling the other monarchs. On top of that, I don't think that the human was able to absorb the power of the Shadow Monarch fully. He tells Jinwoo that the Shadow Monarch was the greatest monarch, but they must not look down on the other monarch's strength. Jinwoo breaks the ice after hearing that, and seeing this, Scylla gets angry. Jinwoo, pointing at him, says, I will definitely kill at least you. The fight starts, and Scylla summons his ice golems to fight. Horatia, using her power, resurrects the defeated hunters to fight Jinwoo, and all of them start to attack him. But Jinwoo was too fast for the minions, and he easily dodges all the incoming attacks from them and leaps towards Scylla. Seeing this, Scylla is surprised, but before Jinwoo can get close to him, Rakin stops him, and they start to exchange blows. Seeing the weapon in Jinwoo's hand, Rakin asks if he really thinks he can damage him with a mere piece of metal. But to his horror, Jinwoo chops off his hand, saying, I'm sure I couldn't have if it was just any other piece of metal. But before he could deliver the final blow, Horatia intervenes and saves Rakin. Using this distraction, Rakin also reattaches his severed hand, and Jinwoo notices that he is surrounded by all the minions and monarchs. As he is thinking of his next move, one of the shadow soldiers breaks free from the ice, and as Jinwoo looks at it, he sees it was Baru, who was furious and was charging towards Horatia, saying, That insect woman dared to lay her hands on my liege. Seeing Baru, Scylla and Rakin are surprised and wonder how a commander-level entity could be in the hands of a human. While Horatia prepares to fight, saying, A child who doesn't recognize their mother needs to be punished. Baru is too strong and slices through her ability with no effort, leaving her stunned. He kneels before Jinwoo, telling him, You weren't being pushed back even when fighting against those of a superior species. As expected of my lord, I have never failed to be amazed by your limitless strength. As they are talking, Horatia's minions are coming straight towards them, and Jinwoo, along with Baru, slices through all of the minions with ease. But from the back, Horatia attacks, taking out Baru and landing a hit on Jinwoo, who goes flying into a building. As he is lying in the rubble, Scylla starts to rain down ice projectiles on Jinwoo. Jinwoo gets back up and starts to block against the incoming projectiles. Seeing this, Scylla asks, How much longer can you hold out against our pincer attack? As he looks down, he is stabbed in the heart, and Jinwoo tells him, I've already told you that you won't be getting out of here alive. Scylla gets furious and shouts at Jinwoo, saying, You insolent fool! A human like you dares say such a thing to a monarch, such as myself? He pulls out the weapon from his chest. Seeing this, Jinwoo thinks. He was hit in the heart. I guess that much isn't enough to be fatal for them, and throws an attack hitting Scylla directly. But as he looks at him, he notices Scylla smirking, and before he could react, Rakan was already behind him, summoning his weapon. He slices Jinwoo's back, and Jinwoo starts to bleed. Seeing this, Baru loses it, but before he could do anything, Koratia appears behind him, saying, "My name is Koratia, the monarch of plagues. I am the mother of every insect in existence." She grabs Baru, saying, "Even though you are an ungrateful insect who doesn't recognize their mother, I will still embrace you as one of my children." While Jinwoo is on his knees after taking a fatal hit, Rakan, seeing his condition, tells him, "This is the end for you." Baru calls out to all the soldiers, saying, "What are you doing? Hurry up and assist our lord." Hearing him, Greed starts to break through the ice, saying, "I will be the one cutting the last breath of the enemy." Seeing him, Rakan says he must have been a stronger warrior in his lifetime. Scylla informs him that the high-ranking shadow soldiers have started to appear, and we see Terst, along with Igris and Iron, breaking through the ice prison. Seeing this, Scylla turns towards Jinwoo, saying, "Your wounds are fatal," and prepares to end this, saying, "Playtime is long over." Jinwoo, smirking, asks,
And the end of the video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe.